A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, the life of Mary Sothern. Yesterday, Mary Sothern decided that she wasn't afraid of what Mrs. Prust's malicious gossip might do to her, but that she did fear what it might eventually do to hurt the Reverend Blaine, who has been shielding her and her husband Max during the recent gambling trouble. Because of this, Mary asked their best friend, Dr. John Benson, for a little money so that she might move from the Reverend's home and reopen the once famous Sanders Mansion. Dr. John gladly gave Mary the money, and then at Mary's insistence, went to Max at the jail to renew his friendship with the lovable old scamp, and also to tell him that while he is a doctor and not a lawyer, he believes he has hit upon a technicality which the district attorney might have overlooked, and which may free Max from the trouble he is now in. Now, a short while later, telephone bells start ringing, one after the other, for Dr. John has decided that he can be just as vehement in defending Max as he was in denouncing him several weeks ago, before he learned the real reason why Max was treating Mary in such an unpardonable way.
Hello? Yeah? This is Danny Stafford. Oh, hello, Doc. Yeah. Come over? Well, what for? Is it about Phyllis? Oh, I see. About Max, huh? Well, I'll think it over. 8 o'clock, huh? Hey, Doc. Is Phyllis all right? Fine. Uh-huh. Well, wait a minute. Daddy's right here. You can talk to him. Daddy?
Huh? Well, what's Doc want now?
He wants to ask you something.
Hello? Yes? What? You want to have a meeting? Well, what kind of a meeting? Oh, about Max. Well, sure, I'll come along, certainly. Oh, now, don't worry about Danny, boy. He'll come along with me. Yes. Okay, Doc. 8 o'clock, you're up. Bye.
Reverend Blaine's residence? Yes. Oh, good evening, John. How's Sanders' finest doctor? Fine. What's that? 8 o'clock this evening? Well, I know. But I was planning to finish my sermon. Well, what's the meeting about, John? Oh, I see, about Max. Well, in that case, I'll be there. At your office? Fine. I'll be there on the dot. Goodbye, John.
Hello? Oh, hello, John. Did you see Max? Oh, that's wonderful. Was he happy? Oh, John, that was so sweet of you. Uh-huh. An idea to clear Max? You have? Well, when did you think of that? What is it? Oh, you'd like to have a meeting at your office tonight. I see. Well, certainly, John. All right, you can call for me. I'll be ready. All right, John. Goodbye.
Mary, what do you suppose the Doc's up to?
Well, honestly, I don't know, Daddy.
Well, where is he now?
He walked over to the jail for a minute, said he wanted to talk to Max about something.
Well, John told me he thought he had a plan to clear Max.
That wouldn't be a plan. That'd be a miracle.
Now, Danny, boy, you pipe down.
Well, if this is a meeting to clear Max for turning our hotel into a gambling joint, I don't know what I'm doing here. Look what it's done to Phyllis. The worries made her an invalid.
Danny, if you'd rather not say, that's all right. I'm sure neither Max nor I want you to do anything that, well, you don't really want to do.
Oh, he's just talking, Mary. He'll stay.
Do you want to stay, Danny?
Oh, well, sure, I'll stay. I'm here now.
Oh, listen.
Well, I believe I heard Max
Oh,
talking.
it's John, all right.
Well, for goodness sakes and holy Moses, Danny, it ain't the old hoodlum. Hello, Max.
Hi, Pop. Hello, Dominic. Hello, Danny. Hi, Mary.
Hello, Max. John, you and my husband didn't stage a jailbreak, did you?
Oh, no. Doc put up 2 5-cent cigars as bail, and Torrance let me out.
All right now, folks. I'll grab a chair anyway.
Oh, all right.
Max, you sit by me.
Oh, sure,
Right
Doc.
over here.
Boy, looks like a real...
Now, folks, if we can have just a little quiet.
Yeah, quiet. All right, go ahead, Doc, and give up. Huh?
Well, with the possible exception of Phyllis, who is at the moment coming along very nicely at the clinic, I believe we have in this room a group of real friends.
Oh, yes.
There. That's a good beginning, Doc.
She may be coming along very nicely, but is she going to get well completely?
Now, Danny, don't interrupt the speech Doc wants to make.
Don't worry, Danny. Now, the reason I called you together is because I believe that if we all stick together, we can help Mac out of the mess he's in.
Oh, John, do you mean that?
Yes, I do, Mary.
Yeah, the Doc's got a swell idea, Mary. Well, let's hear it, John.
All right, Reverend. As you know, when Max here went into this gambling deal with Mrs. Cheney, I was one of the first to turn against him. I went to Mary, tried to persuade her to divorce him.
Now, how do you like
Quiet, man.
I think I called him every name in the alphabet. I had quite a fight with our good friend Reverend Blaine, and did about everything a man could do to show his objections to what Max was doing. Well, when Reverend Blaine told me that he knew Max was doing all this for a reason, I laughed in his face. Right, Reverend?
That's right, John. You did.
I was positive that Max Tilly Sanders was just no good.
Hey, listen, Doc, lighten up a little on that, will you?
Quiet. The good part's coming soon.
Hiya, Toots.
Hello, darling.
Now, I don't have to go through the rest of the story. That is, that Max had two reasons to join the gambling ring and get himself into this mess. First, he wanted to prove to Mary that he wasn't good enough to be married to her. Make it easier for her to pull out, as it were. Second, he wanted to round up the syndicate, and once for all, and, as he put it, go out in a blaze of glory. Is that right, Max?
Now, Doc, you'll make it sound too good.
That's right, John. That's the whole story.
And I can corroborate Mary's statement, John. That's the truth.
So, pipe down, Max. You're among friends. Now, as far as I'm concerned, if Max wants to, as he puts it, go out in a blaze of glory, he can do it. But the reason for this little friendly meeting tonight is to agree among ourselves that, by golly, we're not going to let him do it.
Oh, that's
You're
right.
right, Doc. We're not.
Well, 1 minute, John. 1 minute.
Yes, Reverend?
I'm all for your plan to do everything we can for Max, but have you any constructive suggestions to offer?
I'm coming to that.
What's your plan, Doc? Hey, Danny boy, where are you going?
I'm getting out of here. I'm sick of hearing Doc and everyone else praise Max to the skies when he's responsible for his own sister being crippled for life. Go ahead, praise him all you want to. Build a monument to the guy. I say he's nothing but a no-account hoodlum and will never be anything else.
But now, Danny, come back here. Danny, Junior, come back here.
Let him go, Daddy. He'll get over it.
Mary's right, Daddy. Dan is just a little bitter, and we can't blame him right now. Come on back in.
I know, but I hate to see my own son not sticking with us.
Shut the door, Daddy.
Now, wait a minute, folks. Wait a minute. Doc, thanks. Thanks for the idea you got, but maybe Danny's right. Maybe I am just no good. What's the use of you people bothering?
Max, you've got to keep out of this.
That's right, Max. You're in my custody for tonight, so you'll keep out of our argument. That's why I called your friends together, to see how they felt about you.
If I may say a word,
Please do, Reverend.
I don't think we should take into account anything which Danny said just now. He's heartbroken over his wife's condition, of course, and he's naturally somewhat bitter toward Max because, well, he thinks Max is the cause of her trouble. So, if it's agreeable to Dr. Benson, and if I'm not too formal, I move that Danny's little outburst be stricken from the record.
I couldn't have said it better myself, Reverend. I second the movement. Go ahead, Doc. Spiel the rest of your ideas.
I've learned from Max that his only contact with the gambling syndicate was Cheney. Right, Max?
Yeah, that's right, Doc.
And Cheney escaped the raid. Also, thanks to Max. Is that right?
Well, I just told him that Mary tipped us off and made him scram.
We have proof of that, because Cheney came back. Risked his neck to tell Mary the whole story. Now, that gives us a definite stand with the district attorney. That is, if my guess is right, and Max is telling the truth.
What is it, John?
Mary, you, Daddy, Reverend Blaine, Phyllis, and myself, and Danny, the only people in this town who can definitely prove that Max Tilly Sanders was never connected with a gambling syndicate. There's only one man who can honestly testify that Max was in the gambling syndicate, not to break it up. That's Cheney. And he's still at large.
But, John, what good will that do, Max?
Just this, Mary. I have an idea that if we all go to the district attorney, tell him our story, and also tell him that when we do testify, we'll swear, and rightly so, on the Holy Bible, that Max Tilly Sanders was working with the law and not against it, he'll postpone the trial until Cheney is caught.
Oh, that's grand. That's really a wonderful
And after
idea.
I saw what Cheney did for Phyllis, when she needed that medicine, I don't think I'll be so afraid of what he'll tell the court, if and when he gets caught.
Well, Dr. John, you really did think of an idea. A postponement of the trial for maybe 6 months, a year, 2 years, until Cheney is caught, if ever. Yes, that would give Max time to vindicate himself with the people of Sanders, and time for Mary to make him again the Max we've all known and loved so well.
The Lucky Strike program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, let's go out to Beverly Hills to Jack Benny's house, where we find our star of stage, screen, and radio relaxing in the library.
Gee, it's nice to have a few hours to yourself with nothing to do. I think I'll read a book. See, there's some good ones on this shelf here. Here's one. Gertrude Eichelberger, Girl Plumber. Oh, I read that one. Gosh, it was touching. I'll never forget that part where Gertrude tenderly picked up a monkey wrench and bashed her husband's head in. But he had it coming to him. Imagine heating his beer with her soldering iron. Maybe there's another book. Oh, here are some. The Rover Boys on a Marshmallow Hunt. Nah, I'm too old for that. L.C. Dinsmore's First Petticoat. Pictures, too. Nah, I'm too old for that. Forever Amber. Nah, I'm... No picture. This book's on the wrong shelf here. I better put it over here. Wait a minute, there's a book missing. Oh, yes, I remember. Ronald Coleman took that one 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks? Say, that little book is going to pay for itself in no time. Oh, here's one I haven't read. I Never Left Home. It must be by one of those new French authors, Bob Hope. Well, I'm not in the mood now, so maybe I'll... Say, here's a book I never saw before. Let's see. My Diary by Rochester Van Jones. Oh, what do you know? It's Rochester's diary. I think I'll take a look and see if... No, I better not. Oh, I'll just read a little bit. It can't hurt. Dear Diary, I take my pen in hand to tell you the little secrets that dwell in my heart. Isn't that cute? Let me see. March 8th. Dear Diary, last night I went to another meeting of the Central Avenue Roll Out the Barrel and Dice Club. I told Mr. Benny I was going to a lecture on meteorological phenomena. A lecture on meteorological phenomena. Look how he spelled lecture. Let's see. April 2nd. Dear Diary, 2 nights ago I dreamed that Lena Horne fell madly in love with me. Last night I dreamed she threw her arms around my neck and kissed me. Right now I'm drinking Ovaltine as my dreams are getting better all the time. April 5th. Dear Diary, Mr. Benny is one of the kindest, most considerate, most generous bosses I ever had. Well, and he never gets mad when I ask him for a raise. I know this because I've asked him thousands of times. Well, I've always believed in free speech. I guess I've read enough of Rochester. Wow! Look at the list of girls' names and phone numbers he's got on the last page. Flossie Brown, Jefferson, 2957. Ethel Johnson.
Boss!
Oh, here he comes. I better jump up on the table and put his diary on the top shelf. Now, he'll never suspect that I've read...
Hello, boss. What are you doing up on the table?
Huh? Oh, there's a mosquito in the room.
A mosquito? Last time I caught you up on the table, it was a mouse.
Where did you ever see me hide from a mouse?
The night you made me send for Frank Buck.
Rochester, what did you come in here for, anyway?
Your violin teacher called and said he'd be a few minutes late.
Oh, Professor LeBlanc. Yeah, he's going to give me a lesson today. Huh?
Oh, well, if that's the case, can I have the day off?
Why?
I want to go to a lecture on meteorological phenomena.
Rochester, you've been there once.
Well, this time I'm going to try to get even.
I thought so. Well, you can't go.
Okay. Then I better call my girl Flossie Brown and tell her I can't meet her after the lecture. Let's see, what's her phone number again?
Jefferson, 2957.
Boss, you saw that in my diary.
No, I didn't, Rochester. I guessed it.
Guessed it?
Yes.
You know, boss, it's possible to guess Jefferson 2. And with a little effort, you can guess Jefferson 29.
Rochester.
And under extreme coincidental and unusual conditions, you may even guess Jefferson 295.
Rochester.
But when you guess Jefferson 2957, that's another meteorological phenomenon.
All right, Rochester. I accidentally came across your diary. And by the way, thanks for saying all those nice things about me. You're absolutely right. I don't mind how many times you ask for a raise. You can ask me for a raise any time you want.
I know, boss, I know, but repetition ain't doing for me what it's doing for LSMFT.
Well, don't worry. Maybe someday you'll... Oh, that must be my music teacher. I'll get it.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, it's you, Mary. Come on in.
Say, Jack, here's a copy of Look magazine, and it's got your picture on the cover.
Look magazine? Let me see that. Oh, gosh, look at me. In a full-dress suit playing my violin. Say, Mary, I'd like to keep this magazine. How much does it cost?
Nothing. This week they're giving them away.
They are not. There it is right on top. 10 cents. And look, there's a story about me inside. See, it's about my career in show business.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, for heaven's sake, look at this misprint. It says I played the Orpheum Theater here in 1867. Isn't that ridiculous?
Yeah, it was the Pantages.
Yeah. And look, here's a picture taken when I was in the 3rd grade. That's me in the corner.
I should have known. Look at that dunce cap on you.
Mary, that's not a dunce cap. I had a very high forehead. Dunce cap.
Well, if that's your head, you must have got your hair cut with a pencil sharpener.
Pencil sharpener. Anyway, it's a very nice picture of me on the cover. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, boss?
Take this magazine out and pin it on the bulletin board in front of the house.
Yes, sir. Shall I put it above or below the reviews on The Horn Blows at Midnight?
Put it right next to them. And while you're out there, throw those rocks back off the lawn. Jealous bunch of actors there.
Oh, Mr. Benny, I meant to tell you, your music teacher, Professor LeBlanc, is waiting for you in the den.
Professor LeBlanc? I didn't hear him come in.
Say, Jack, is that the same violin teacher you had last year?
No, Mary. He gave me 3 lessons and was drafted.
Boss, he gave you 3 lessons and enlisted.
Never mind. Mary, I got to go in the den and take my violin lesson. See you later. Yada-da-da-dum-da-dum-da-dum. That's funny. Told me he was drafted. I never could understand that.
Mockingbird was whistling a sentimental tune, and I didn't know enough to come in out of the sleigh ride. was set up for a sign. A mockingbird was whistling a sentimental tune, and I didn't know enough to come in out of the moonlight. So the big romance was only make-believe, just a sleigh ride on a balmy summer eve. My dreams were safe all winter, and then to think that I was taken for a sleigh ride in
That was Larry Stevens singing Sleigh Ride in July. And now back to Jack Benny's house, where we find Jack taking violin lessons.
No, Monsieur Benny, no.
Did I do something wrong, Professor?
No, Monsieur Benny. Perhaps it is my fault. But do you mind if I tell you something?
No, of course not. After all, you're the teacher, and you probably know more about the violin than I do.
Thank you. Now, Monsieur Benny, you are holding in your hand a very delicate instrument.
Uh-huh.
The music from the violin is like the singing of the angels, like the murmur of the breeze, like the rippling of the brook. Now, play.
Gee, it does sound like that, doesn't it?
Monsieur Benny, perhaps if you held the violin upside down.
But, Professor, I can't play that way.
Let's try anything.
But, Professor, I don't think I'm good enough to do tricks yet.
Very well. We will try it again. And this time, I will help you. I will count off.
Okay.
Ready? 1, 2. Raise your little finger higher. Keep your nose up off the G string. A little softer while you're learning. Not so loud, my stomach's turning. Hold your bow so strokes are littler. They should make you play for Hitler. Monsieur Benny, the violin is an instrument that is supposed to soothe you, to calm you, to make you relax, to settle your nerves. The singing of the angels,
Professor.
The murmuring of the breeze, the rippling of the brook.
Professor.
Forgive me, Monsieur Benny. I lost my temper.
Oh.
I wish it was my hearing.
What?
Never mind. We will proceed with the next lesson. Intermezzo.
Intermezzo. That's what I like, that classical stuff.
Proceed, please.
Thank you.
No, Monsieur Benny, you must not go. You must go.
Oh, I see what you mean. Diddle-dee-diddle-diddle-diddle-diddle-diddle. Is that what you want?
Monsieur Benny, you must diddle on your fiddle.
Oh.
Parlez-vous?
Si, senor.
Hiya, Jackson. What are you doing with that? Oh, no, it's spring, Jackson. The little birdies can't take that.
Phil, stop butting in. I'm taking a violin lesson.
Well, who's the character with the silly mustache?
Phil, please.
I am Professor André Leblanc, Monsieur Benny's music teacher.
Hi, Andy. What do you hear from Petrilla?
Professor, this is Phil Harris, my orchestra leader.
Ah, fellow artiste. I greet you.
Funny you didn't do that when I came in.
Well, it's just a French greeting, Jackson. They do that all the time.
Oh, well, Phil, sit down while I finish my lesson, will you?
Okay.
Now, Monsieur Benny, continue with intermezzo. Monsieur Benny, you are playing much too loud. Can't you play a little softer? Do you have a mute?
No, but I can put a glove on my left hand.
Why don't you throw a wet towel over the strings?
Now, Phil.
Please, Mr. Harris. I am trying to teach Mr. Benny something. And you are driving me nuts, too.
Now be quiet, Phil, will you?
Holy smoke, to think a cat had to die for this.
Now what?
There was a phone call for you.
For me?
Yeah, it was a complaint that you're playing too loud and it's very disturbing.
Who phoned? One of the neighbors?
No, the San Francisco conference.
Stop making things up. I'm sorry, Professor.
Well, never mind. For today, the lesson is over. Through. Finish. Kaput. I will see you next week.
Oh. Well, okay, Professor, but tell me, do you think you can make a great violinist out of me?
Well, I think I can do something for you, but it will take time. How old are you?
Why?
How much time have we got left?
Now, wait a minute, Professor. I know you're a great teacher, but if you don't like the way I play the violin, why did you take the job?
I am working for that Yankee dollar.
Oh.
Well, you ain't gonna get it around here.
Rochester, you keep out of this. Well, I'll see you next week, Professor. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny. 24 years and all he knows is la 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 la. Hey, if I wasn't so hungry, I wouldn't come back.
Now, Phil, please go in the other room with Mary, will you? I want to practice a little more.
Say, Jackson, what's come over you all of a sudden? Practicing the violin and taking lessons and everything?
Nothing. I just want to get rusty, that's all.
Oh, no, you got something up your sleeve. Now, what is it?
I have nothing up my sleeve. Now, get out of here and let me practice or I'll put you out.
You put me out?
Yes.
Let's see you do it. Okay, Jackson, I'll go try it. Jack, hello.
Oh, hello, Don. Hello, I'm practicing. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. I will practice this some more.
You are getting better, Jack. Oh, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Don, let me practice.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4, so free and easy on the drawer.
Don, let me practice this. Will you cut it out?
Lucky Strikes, they are for me, and so is LSMFT.
Don, I'm practicing. Now, Don, why don't you... Oh, my goodness, look what time it is. Hey, kids, I got to be leaving. I got an appointment.
Where are you going, Jack?
Oh, just out for a little walk. I'll be back.
I knew you had something up your sleeve.
I haven't got anything up my sleeve. Can a man have an appointment? I got to run along. I'll see you later.
Well, what do are you taking your violin with you for?
I'm taking it by the music store to have it fixed. Now, so long, fellas. I'll see you later.
Say, Phil, it's been quite a while. I wonder where he went.
Well, I don't know, Don, I'm sure.
And he took his violin with him. You believe what he said about taking it by the music store to have it fixed?
Nah, the way he plays that thing, how could he tell if it was busted?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Maybe he had an appointment with his dentist.
No, he could have sent those.
Yeah. Very good.
Well, I guess we'll just have to wait till he gets home.
Yeah, would you like to play some gin rummy, Mary?
No, I don't think so. I'm a little tired of gin.
How'd you like to see Little Crabs, kid?
Oh, don't be silly, Phil. Let's listen to the radio.
Okay, I'll turn it on.
And now, ladies, once again, I bring you the latest news on rationing. On August 1st, a new shoe stamp becomes valid. This stamp should not be confused with stamps X, Y, and G, which become valid August 5th, whereas the new shoe stamp becomes valid August 1st, which is 2 days after stamps M, L, and O expire. This leaves you stamps H, I, and W, which are blue, and are not to be confused with the red stamps, which are Q, R, and J. These stamps are to be used to buy, but then your grocer doesn't have any, and they will no doubt expire before he gets some. However, your red stamps, which are called meat stamps, should be used to purchase butter in limited quantities, unless you prefer margarine, in which case you use stamps C, H, and E, which become valid after A, D, and Y become void before F, T, and H become valid. Now, ladies, if you have copied this information down and understand it, please send it to me as I am all balled up. Address your letters to All Balled Up in care of the station to which you are listening.
Oh, get something else, Phil.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you a Los Angeles pedestrian? Are you suffering from bumper fatigue? Does your head ring? And when you answer it, is it a wrong number? It is? Then you've got static in your attic. So why not try sympathy soothing? And here's good news for people who can't sleep. Just mix 2 drops of sympathy soothing syrup with 1 quart of gin. Drink down this pleasant mixture, and when you go to bed, pull the cork up over you. But remember, use only sympathy soothing syrup. Sympathy spelled backwards is Yatapamis. Y-H-T-A-P-M-Y-S.
Yatapamis, Yatapamis, drive your blues away.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, a few weeks ago we got a letter from a man who was greatly helped by sympathy soothing syrup. And we have asked that man to come here tonight and tell you his own story. What is your name, sir?
Jack Benny.
Phil, did you hear that?
Yeah, so that's where he went, huh?
Mr. Benny, what is your profession?
I'm a violinist. And it just happens that I brought along my violin, and I'd like to
Now,
play...
Mr. Benny, how long ago did you start taking our product?
About 6 months ago. And at that time, I was very weak and run down. In fact, I used to get tired out from brushing my teeth. But after using 3 bottles of your sympathy soothing syrup, I can now brush my teeth without changing hands.
Ladies and gentlemen, 6 months ago, this man was an emaciated, dried-up little weakling.
Look.
A sickly, scrawny nincompoop.
Look,
a hollow shell without ambition or courage. A spineless little jerk.
Now, wait a minute.
But I wish you could see him now, standing here straight and tall, the bloom of health in his cheeks, and his body bulging with muscles.
Me?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this man who 6 months ago was a sickly, scrawny...
That's enough already. Please let me play my
Mr.
violin.
Benny, we want to thank you for coming up here tonight and hope you will continue to enjoy such excellent health.
Thank you, Mr. Sympathy. Now, I have a little selection that I'd like...
That concludes the interview. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a word on behalf of my...
Tonight, folks, I'm going to play...
Get away from that microphone!
It's a very short number.
Will you please stop? I have a commercial to do.
But you told me if I came up here, I could play.
I did not. Now, here, take this bottle of sympathy soothing syrup and go.
You promised me the large size.
I promise you nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, do you suffer from... Get away from that microphone! Ladies and gentlemen, do you suffer from googly eyelids? Do you wheeze? Yes, I see your pipe. You do? Then why not try some sympathy soothing syrup? Remember, sympathy spelled backwards is your capital.
Ladies and gentlemen, the news of Germany's collapse is bound to break any day now, and we will have cause for deep gratitude to our fighting men over there. But for thousands of other fighters in the Pacific, VE Day will be simply another day on which to fight, perhaps on which to die. The news of their comrades' victory in Europe will naturally raise their spirits. But we here at home can show our thanks by continuing our home front efforts for the victory yet to be won in the Pacific. We can prove to them that we will celebrate Germany's surrender by rededicating ourselves to the support of all wartime activities and giving them all we have for an early defeat of Japan. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here's my good friend L.A. Speed Riggs.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco. So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The famous tobacco auctioneers heard on tonight's program are Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs of Goldsboro, North Carolina. And Mr. F.E. Boone of Lexington, Kentucky.
At 45, sold American.
And this is Basil Rysdale. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
There's real deep-down smoking enjoyment in Lucky Strike. For Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Hey, kids, I'm back.
Where were you, Jack?
Yeah, Jackson, what was the big secret?
Well, if you must know, I made a guest appearance on a very high-class program.
You did?
Yes, and kids, I want to tell you that I was absolutely a sensation. I played a violin solo. They made me take 4 encores. Imagine, 4 encores.
Jack.
What?
We heard that program.
Oh. Wasn't it lousy? Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Let's go out to Jack Benny's house where we find Jack and Rochester cleaning out the swimming pool.
Well, all the water's out of the pool now, boss.
Yeah, got this pool sure can get dirty in a few months.
Maybe it would keep cleaner if it had a tile bottom.
Well,
Or even a cement bottom.
Well,
In fact, any kind of bottom would be better than this Mississippi mud.
Well, I would cement it, but I'm growing rice in the shallow end. Now, come on, let's start cleaning the pool. We begin down at the deep end.
Okay.
Watch your step going down the sloping part. It's still wet and slippery. Ooh.
Congratulations, boss. 18 inches further than last year.
Rochester, help me up.
Okay.
Now, Rochester, pick up that stick and clean out the drain.
What stick?
That one up there on the edge of the pool.
Boss, put on your glasses. That's the diving board.
Oh. Now,
Oh. Anyway, let's get on with the scrubbing.
Okay, I'll go to the house and get a bucket full of water.
You don't have to go to the house for water. Just turn that handle up there.
But, boss, that's the one that fills the pool.
Don't worry. You turn the handle, and I'll hold this bucket under the pipe.
But, boss, that'll be...
Tut. Now go ahead and turn the handle. I've got the bucket.
Okay. Ready?
Yes.
Turn it off! Turn it off! Turn it off!
Rochester, I'm drowning. Everything's gone black.
You ain't drowning, boss. You got the bucket over your head.
Don't stand there saluting me. Take that bucket off my head.
Okay.
Come on now, let's try to get... Now, look at that frog over there in the corner of the pool. Isn't he cute?
Yeah, he's sure big, too.
Hey, Rochester, help me catch him. He'd make a nice pet. I'd like to keep him.
Doggone, anything that's green you like to say.
Hurry, he's hopping away there. Now I've got him cornered. Rochester, where did he go? Where is he?
Put the bucket on your head. You got him trapped.
On my head. Get him off, quick.
Hold still. I'll get him.
Rochester, put down that broom. For heaven's sake, you could hurt me with that.
Hello, Jack. What's all the excitement?
Rochester, the next time you...
Boss, Miss Livingston's here to tip your frog.
Huh? Oh, hello, Mary. Oh, darn it, he got away. And I wanted to keep him.
Oh, Jack, you've already got a turtle, a lizard, a garter snake, 2 crickets, and a caterpillar. What do you want all those things for?
Well, Mary, it's no fun coming home at night to an empty house. You know.
That reminds me of the first time we met.
Huh?
When you leaned over and whispered in my ear, "Come up to my apartment, babe, and I'll show you my insects."
Yeah. I was a sly one, wasn't I?
Some sly one, the way you chased me around the room with a butterfly net.
Oh, that was years ago. I've got a lasso now. Say, Mary, how do you like the way I'm fixing up my backyard?
Oh, it's swell, Jack.
And you know, Mary, as soon as the pool is filled, I want you to come over and swim every day.
Well, I'd like to, Jack, but I'm putting all my money into war bonds.
All right, but I don't charge anything for the shower.
No, but the price of towels is outrageous.
Rochester's right. You charge for everything. 5 cents for a sun chair, 7 cents for a beach umbrella, 10 cents for water wings.
Mary.
You've even got a meter on the diving board.
Now, Mary.
Why, last year you made more money out of your swimming pool than you did in radio.
Well, it was a very hot summer. And another thing. What are you laughing at?
You've got the only swimming pool that's listed on the New York Stock Exchange.
Stock exchange.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Hello, Miss Livingston.
Oh, hello, Larry.
Hiya, kid. Say, Larry, I've got good news for you. I'm fixing up my pool, and anytime you feel like swimming, come on over here.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Benny, but I can't swim.
Well, you can go wading.
Sure, and up to your neck, it's only 15 cents.
Yeah, I lose money on Gary Cooper. Say, Larry, I thought you'd be down at the studio rehearsing your song for the program.
Oh, I did that this morning. Would you like to hear it, Mr. Benny?
Sure. Go ahead, kid. I wonder how tall he is, anyway.
The breath of your sighs, cooled by the blue of your eyes. More and more I find it more than thrilling to share this dream that needed fulfilling. More and more I'm less and less unwilling to give up wanting more and more of you.
very good, Larry. Now, if you want to stick around, you can help me fix up...
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Livy.
Hello, Phil.
Hiya, Phil.
Hello, Mr. Harris. Hiya, kid. How's the red-headed Sinatra today? Well, cleaning out the old pool, getting ready for business again, huh, Jackson?
Yep. Say, Phil, would you like your job back again this summer as lifeguard?
No, not after what happened last year.
What happened, Phil?
Every time somebody yelled for help before I could save him, I had to buy a ticket to get in the pool.
Well, I'm sorry, Phil, but I can't afford to pay you a lifeguard salary and let you swim for nothing. And anyway... Rochester, what are you doing?
I'm testing the diving board.
Good. Now, will you go in the house and call the printer? Tell him we want the tickets for Wednesday.
Yes, sir. Shall I tell him that this year we're going to pay him, or is he going to have to swim it out again?
Well, leave it up to him.
Yes, sir.
By the way, Phil, what did you come over here for?
Well, Jackson, I dropped by to ask you to do me a big favor.
A favor?
Yeah, you know the nightclub I'm running.
Oh, yes. How's it going?
Fine, and Jackson, tonight is celebrity night.
Oh, celebrity night, eh?
Yeah, and, well, I don't want to impose on you, but if you aren't doing anything, I thought that maybe you could come over and...
Certainly, Phil, certainly. I'll be glad to. What shall I wear?
An apron. We're short of help.
Look, Phil, if you think
Phil,
that
who are the celebrities Jack's going to wait on?
Well, I'm not sure who's going to show up, but this afternoon I got on the phone, I called up Ronald Coleman, Spencer Tracy, Clark Gable, Van Johnson, Mark Twain, Bing Crosby, and...
Wait a minute, Phil. What, you called Mark Twain?
Yeah.
Phil, Mark Twain's been dead over 30 years.
Well, how do you like that? I must have had an old phone book.
Look, Phil, how long have you been having these celebrity nights?
Oh, I started last week, Jackson. I had a swell turnout, too. Charlie McCarthy was there.
You mean Charlie and Edgar Bergen?
No, Edgar was out of town, so Charlie came alone.
What?
And you want to know something, Jackson? He ate so much, he sat there all evening and never opened his mouth.
Well, for heaven's sake, Charlie McCarthy is a dummy.
Look, Jackson, as long as they pay their check, I don't pry into their private affairs.
Well, thanks, Phil, but I don't think I want to come over to your club tonight.
Boss!
What is it, Rochester?
There's a gentleman here to see you, Mr. Kearns.
Oh, Mr. Kearns, the newspaper man. I'll be right in. Mr. Kearns. How are you?
Oh, I'm just fine, Mr. Benny. And I want to tell you that my editor was very pleased with that last story you gave me.
Oh, you mean the one about how I found Phil Harris?
Mm-hmm. It was as interesting as the stories on how you found Mary Livingston and your butler Rochester.
Oh, yeah, I found Mr. Harris in Vermont.
And now I want to do an article about
right
Don
between
Wilson.
Vermouth and Vermont. You know, it's a little place there. Around Waukegan there. Pardon me, what did you say?
I said I want to do an article about Don Wilson. Tell me, how did you come to select Don as your announcer?
Don Wilson? Well, I'll tell you. The very first time I heard Don speak, I was impressed with his voice and delivery.
Oh, I see. And you thought he'd be good doing commercials, huh?
Anyway, I knew from the start that Don had a very good voice for radio.
And you've been proven right, Mr. Benny. You know, I've heard lots of people comment about his voice, his pronunciation, and his pear-shaped tones.
Yes, Don is the only announcer in radio with pear-shaped tones and a body to match. It works out swell.
Well, tell me, Mr. Benny, how did you discover Don Wilson?
Well, I found Don shortly after I started in radio. In fact, I was on for my second sponsor, the International Corset Company. Did you hear my programs then?
No, but my mother told me about them.
Oh. Well, the way it happened was this. One day I got a call from my sponsor, asked me to come down to his office. He said he wanted to talk to me. So I got into a taxi, picked up Mary and Phil. You see, they were with me at the time. And the three of us drove over to my sponsor's office.
Say, Jack, your sponsor really has a nice building here.
And he certainly believes in advertising.
Yeah, look at that big neon sign. The International Corset Company. We cover the globe. Well, there's no use standing out here. Let's, Phil, get away from those windows. Come on. There it is. I beg your pardon, miss. Would you tell Mr. Willoughby that Jack Benny is here to see him?
Oh, Mr. Willoughby's expecting you, Mr. Benny. Go right through that door.
Thank you. Just follow me, kid.
Yes?
Mr. Willoughby, please.
Oh, you're Mr. Benny. Mr. Willoughby's expecting you. Go right through that door.
Thank you. Come on, kid.
Yes?
I'm here to see Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, you're Jack Benny.
Yes.
Mr. Willoughby's expecting you. Go right through that door.
Thank you. Come on, kid.
Yes?
Miss, I'm Jack Benny. Mr. Willoughby is expecting me.
Who's Mr. Willoughby?
Look, miss, isn't this the International Corset Company?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Willoughby is the president.
Oh, you mean Snoogey.
Snoogey?
Yes. Go right through that door.
Oh, well, all right. Come on, kid. Mr. Willoughby?
Yes. Surprise?
Mr. Willoughby, I'm Jack Benny.
Oh, yes. Come right in.
I've got Mary and Phil with me.
Oh, splendid.
Hello, Mr. Willoughby.
Hiya, Bub. What do you hear from the hips?
Phil. Now, Mr. Willoughby, what is it you wanted to see me about?
Well, frankly, Jack, since you've been broadcasting for us, our company is losing money.
Losing money? But last week you said you have more orders than you can fill.
I said we had more corsets than we can fill.
Oh.
We've been selling corsets for 15 years, and this is the first time the company is feeling the pinch.
Oh, well, Mr. Willoughby, if people don't buy your product, what has my radio program got to do with it?
Look, Jack, we're paying you enough money. Why don't you stop reading the commercials and hire a good announcer?
Well, Mr. Willoughby, if you don't like the way I read the commercials, Phil Harris can do them.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson.
Here, Phil, read this commercial I dreamed up last night. Now, get this, Mr. Willoughby. The show opens with a big fanfare. Then we go into our theme song, dedicated to the modern miss who wears an international corset. Then, as the music of the theme song fades down, Phil steps up to the microphone and says...
This program is sponsored by the International Corset Company. We don't guarantee to take it off you, but we can pack it in so nobody will notice.
And you'll just love the new slogan, Gather unto you what is yours. And then we also...
Wait a minute, Jack. Wait a minute. Those are the commercials I'm talking about.
Now, look, Mr. Willoughby, you can't blame my program if you're losing money. There must be something wrong with the product.
Something wrong with the International Corset? Are you crazy?
Mr. Willoughby, I
know what you said.
But look...
Have you ever heard of the woman in the window?
Yes.
Well, before using our product, she couldn't even get in the house.
Hey, Mr. Willoughby, you asked for it. I've received hundreds of complaints about your corset.
Complaints?
Yes. The steel you use in the stays is defective. When someone wearing your corset bends over, the stays have a tendency to snap loose with a ping.
With a ping?
Yes.
I can't believe it. It's incredible. Why, Wait a minute. My secretary wears an international corset. I'll buzz for her. When she comes in, I'll ask her to bend down. And if the international corset is what you...
What is it, Snoochie?
Ethel, would you mind picking up that pin on the rug?
What?
Ethel, would you mind bending over as though you're picking something up?
Oh, certainly.
Did you hear that, Mr. Willoughby? Ping!
No, it can't be. I don't believe it. Would you mind bending over again, Ethel?
Certainly.
There.
That's the first time I ever heard Ethel ping.
Mary.
All right, you win, Jack. You win. But I'll give you a proposition. I'll put better steel in my corsets if you'll get a good announcer to do the commercials.
Okay, Mr. Willoughby, it's a deal. Come on, Mary. Come on, Phil. Let's go.
Well, what are you going to do, Jack?
Yeah, where are you going to find an announcer?
I don't know where I'm going to find one, but I know what I want. I want someone with a voice that's different. A voice that has dignity, charm. And I won't stop looking until I find one. I'll find an announcer if it takes me 10 years.
And that's how you found Don Wilson?
It wasn't that easy, Mr. Kearns. I tried voices. Deep ones, high ones, soft ones, log ones. All right, you're next. Read this. The International Corset Company presents Jack Benny. Now, the show opens, and you say...
The International Corset Company presents Jack Benny.
Never mind. All right, Bud, you try it. The show opens, and you say...
The International Corset Company presents Jack Benny.
Now cut that out, and you won't do it. All right, fella, you're next. Read this. The show opens, and you say...
The International Corset presents Jack.
Gee whiz, Jack, you've auditioned over 500 people.
Yeah, where are you taking us now?
I said I was going to find an announcer, and I will. We're going right in here.
Hey, Livy, look what it says on the door. The Acme Elocution School.
Oh, yeah. We can train your vocals so you won't sound like a yokel.
Come on, let's go in.
A with a U is
A-U.
D with a U is
D-U.
U-D-U-D-U-A-U-A. G with a U is
D-U.
E with a U is A-U-E-U-G-U-D-U. Very good, students, very good.
Hey, Mary, what do you think?
P with a U is P-U.
Quiet. Please, what's all this disturbance over here?
Oh, I'm sorry if we're intruding, but I'm Jack Benny. I'm looking for a radio announcer.
Well, you've come to the right place. Now, let's see. In this class, I have little Harry Von Zell, Billy Goodwin, Jimmy Wellington, and that fat boy over there is Donald Wilson.
Donald Wilson? Say, I like that name, and he looks like he might be just right for my program.
Certainly, Mr. Benny. I call him over. Oh, Donald, this is Jack Benny.
How do you do?
How with an H and an O and a U and an O and a D is a how-do-do.
What?
East. Hi. Give me a piece of pie. East. Hi.
Phil, cut that out. Vermont. Gee, I knew Vermont ahead of time, because this is 12 years ago. Now, Mr. Wilson, I'm considering you as an announcer for my program. And if you take the job, I hope everything turns out fine.
I'm sure with an S and a U and an I with an S-U-U-S-U-U-I-L.
Huh?
He said, I'm sure it will.
Oh.
Now, Donald, class is over, and you can speak naturally.
Thank you. And Mr. Benny, I also want to thank you for this wonderful opportunity, because I understand there's a lot of money to be made in radio.
Not unless you own a swimming pool.
What?
P with an O and an O-O-L with an O-O-P and an O-P-A.
Mary, stop it. Now, Mr. Wilson, before we sign the contract, I want to hear you read this simple line. The International Corset Company presents Jack Benny.
Yes, sir. The International Corset Company presents the greatest comedian in the world.
Huh?
That inimitable, that incomparable, that handsome master of ceremony.
Mary, this guy's going to be great.
The greatest personality in show business today. That scintillating star. That virtuoso of the violin.
You don't have to go any further, Bob. You got the job.
Please, Phil, please. I want to hear him.
That sparkling wit of the airways. That lovable, laughable favorite of millions, Jack Benny.
And that, Mr. Kearns, is how I found Don Wilson. And he did his first announcing job while I was still working for the International Corset Company.
Well, that's a very interesting story, Mr. Benny. I've been making notes so I could... Oh, darn it, I dropped my pencil.
Oh, yes, I'll pick it up for you.
my, Mr. Benny, do you wear
Never mind. The interview is over. Goodbye.
There goes that song again. We used to call it our serenade. We fell in love when we heard it played over and over and over and over again. I still remember when I sang the words and they made you mine. I'd steal a kiss and repeat each line over and over and over and over, and then we drifted apart. You walked off with my heart. It's funny how one listen just starts me reminiscing. I'd soon forget that, yeah. I told myself when you said so long, but I was wrong. There goes that song again. There goes that song we called our serenade. We fell in love when we heard it played over and over and over and over, and then we drifted apart. You walked off with my heart. It's funny how one listen just starts me reminiscing. I'd soon forget that, yeah. I told myself when you said so long, but I was wrong. There goes that song
This concludes another program, folks, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time.
Oh, Jack.
Yes, Don.
It was very nice of you to tell that story about how I first came on your program.
Ah, that's fine. Thank you.
But I've been with you so many years now. Don't you think I ought to get a little more money?
What?
Money.
M with an O, with an N with an O, with an N-O, 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 no.
Thanks, Mary. Good night, folks.
is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Good health to all from Rexall. Yes, it's Sunday. Time for the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show. Presented by the makers of Rexall Drug Products and your Rexall family druggist.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, taking a little time from behind the prescription counter this Sunday evening to speak for all 10,000 of us. The 10,000 druggists who have added the word Rexall to our own store names. You can always tell us by the orange and blue Rexall signs in our windows. The sign means that we carry the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. They range all the way from aspirin to penicillin, and they're as fine and pure and dependable as science can make them. We recommend them to our customers because we know you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. And now your Rexall family druggist brings you the Phil Harris-Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Gail Gordon, Walter Scharf and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Like most housewives, Alice is concerned about the high cost of living. It's been bothering her for some time, and this morning she's decided to broach the subject to Phil.
Phil, can I talk to you a minute? It's about the household bills. And
Honey, please. I have no time for things like bills. I'm a musician. An artist, honey, an artist. My mind is filled with nothing but music. Now, if you'll excuse me, I want to listen to this record.
What's the name of it?
The Warsaw Concerto by Shostakovich.
You're going to listen to that?
Certainly, and if I like the tune, I'm going to sing it on the program next week.
That ought to be different. Now, look, Phil, I've got to talk to you about these bills. We're spending too much, and it's all your fault. You're too extravagant. Look at this pile of bills from Saks Fifth Avenue, John Fredericks, Hattie Carnegie. Whoops, I picked up my pile by mistake.
Uh-huh. And I'm extravagant.
Well, you are. Look at these bills. Custom-made suits, hand-painted ties, imported shoes, suede shirts.
All right. Watch your blood pressure. Take it easy now. Picking on me. How about this bill? $8 for manicures, $15 for finger waves, and $20 for facials, massages, cold creams, and lotions. Are you going to find fault with this one?
No. Those items are necessities.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way. Being in the public eye, I need all them things. Besides, I'm not the only one that's extravagant. Look at these household bills. Look at this one from the grocer. Why do we need all these imported cheeses and fancy canned stuff?
You won't eat anything else.
Oh. Well, how about this butcher bill? Why do we have to have steaks, chops, and prime ribs all the time?
That's all you'll eat.
Oh. Well, how about this $40 milk bill, and let's see you tie that one on to me.
Phil, there's no point in arguing. William suggested we cut down on meat. As our business manager, he feels we can save money there. In fact, he's out right now doing the shopping for us.
Oh, Willie's doing the shopping. Uh-huh. Fine. Ain't that ducky? I can just see him raising Mary Ned because the price of Dutch cleanser's gone up a halfpenny. Look, Alice, I'll tell you one thing. You'd better come home with steaks because Frankie and the boys in the band are coming over for dinner tomorrow night, and they'll be expecting those nice, juicy steaks I always serve. Oh, boy, I can't wait.
Good morning, Philip.
Well, if it ain't Bargain Boy Faye, the scourge of Safeway.
How did you make out, William?
I got everything you need for tomorrow night, and it was quite a load to carry. I'm all tuckered out.
Well, give Grandma your basket, Little Red Riding Hood. Come on, Willie, open the sacks. Let me see those steaks you got for tomorrow night. My mouth is watering for some of those good
Philip, I didn't get steaks. I got something much more delicious. Yes, I did.
Something better than steaks, huh? What are we having?
Creamed codfish balls.
Creamed cod... Willie, please, don't say things like that. You know I'm a musician and I just got up. I'm in a weakened condition. Creamed cod...
Philip, the cuts of steak you like cost $1.50 a pound. Much too expensive. Now, the menu I prepared for tomorrow night is excellent. Creamed codfish balls are wonderful. They're inexpensive, nutritious, and positively delicious.
Thank you, Prudence Penny. Now get lost, Elroy. What are you trying to do, poison my friends? With you arranging the dinner, how can it possibly be a success?
It will be a success, Philip. It will. I guarantee that after a few cocktails, there...
I don't care what... Cocktails? Brother William, you may return to the fold. All is forgiven. Well, hey, are you sure you got enough to drink for all of us?
Definitely, Philip. I got 2 whole gallons of sauerkraut juice.
Is it cold? Sauerkraut juice?
Yes. Isn't it an ideal combination?
Oh, Daff. Yes, indeedy. I can't wait to dunk a codfish ball into a puddle of sauerkraut.
Really, Philip, I don't know why you're making all this fuss. Alice, do you see anything wrong with a combination of sauerkraut juice and cream codfish?
Please, Willie. I feel a little faint myself. Thanks for your help, brother, but I'll take over from here.
Very well, Alice. I'll just carry it into the kitchen for you. Shall I leave it on the table, or shall I put it in the refrigerator?
Just throw it on the floor. Maybe the cat will get at it. Willie, Frankie and the guys are coming over for steak, and now... Come in. Frankie, I don't mind. He's like one of the family. He don't come over just for what he gets to eat. Oh, hello, Frankie.
What time do we eat, Curly?
Frankie, the dinner isn't until tomorrow night.
Oh. Well, in that case, I better take off this napkin. I could have sworn that you said tonight was the dinner.
All right. Come on in. You can have dinner with us tonight, too.
That's real nice of you, Curly.
Frankie, look, I'm glad you came over. Something's got me awful upset. And, well, you're the only one I can talk to. Seems like you're the only friend I got who will listen to me.
Yeah, what time did you say we're going to eat?
I didn't say. I told you that it's still 3 hours until dinner. You're a little over-anxious, aren't you?
Of course not. I didn't come over here just to eat.
Then put away the knife and fork. Look, Remley, I got some bad news for you.
Yeah?
We're not having steak tomorrow night. I hope you don't mind, kid.
No, that's okay, Curly. I ain't particular. I'll eat anything. If I can't have steak, I'll eat something else. What are we going to have?
Cream codfish ball. Frankie, come back here! Now, come on inside.
All right, but if you ever say a thing like that to me again, I'll punch you right in the nose.
Close that door and come on in. You ought to know very well it ain't my fault. Willie says that we're spending too much money on meat, and he's going to arrange the menu.
Willie, that's square. Suppose that means we're not going to have any drinks before dinner.
Oh, yes. Yes, sir. We're going to have cocktails.
Good. What kind?
Well, we're going to have... Excuse me.
What are you doing?
I got to bolt the door before I lay this one on you. Frankie, we're going to have sauerkraut juice before the codfish ball.
Sauerkraut juice and codfish. Curly?
What?
I hate you. I want steak.
Stop thinking of yourself all the time. Alice says steak costs her $1.50 a pound, and we can't afford it all the time.
There you are. That's the trouble with women. They don't know how to shop. Why should she pay $1.50? Curly, why don't you do the shopping? You can buy in quantity like a guy I know. He bought a whole steer and he got it for 30 cents a pound. He had it cut up and packaged and he brought
30 cents a pound.
That's all.
Yeah. 30 cents.
That's all.
Hey, I could show Alice. With a whole steer, I could have steak every day. And...
Sure.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, what does a steer weigh?
Pretty big, Curly. They weigh about 100 pounds.
About 100, huh?
Cost you about $30 for the whole thing. If you want one, I know a guy who's got a ranch and I can get it for you.
You can?
Huh?
Hey, look, Frankie, I'm going to buy one. Look, I can't leave now. You go over and buy it for me. Get the best meat he's got. Have it cut up into steaks and charge it to me.
Okay, Curly. I'll take care of everything.
Good. Now, you buy the meat and let me know as soon as you consummate the deal.
Okay. Consommé? What's he expect me to get? Soup meat?
Gee, I wonder why Frankie hasn't called yet. He's been gone 2 hours. Oh, man, I can't wait to get that meat in the refrigerator. Just think, 100 pounds of nice, thick, juicy steaks all cut up and neatly packaged and... Hey, I bet that's Frankie now. Oh, I can't wait to sink my teeth into those ever-loving fillets.
Hi, Curly.
Hiya, Frankie. Well, did you buy my meat?
Yeah, I got it with me.
Already? Well, don't just stand there. Bring it in.
Okay. Come on, bossy.
Frankie, what have you got there?
Your meat.
Beautiful hunk of bovine, ain't it? But I didn't want it that way. I wanted it all wrapped up so I could put it in the refrigerator.
Okay, get a piece of paper and we'll wrap them up.
Frankie, I thought we were going to have it butchered and all cut up.
Oh, this guy's just a rancher. He doesn't butcher it. Curly, it cost a little more than I expected. Instead of 30, it cost 40 cents a pound.
30, 40, 30. What's the difference?
All right.
I don't mind that. Certainly it's all right. 40 cents a pound for 100 pounds
Curly?
is only...
Curly?
What?
Weighs a little more, too.
How much?
1,100 pounds.
11. Remley, why do you do these things to me? I never done nothing to you. I never kicked your grandmother. I never did nothing to you.
What are you getting excited about? What
Oh,
are you getting
1,100.
excited about? Instead of $30, it's costing you a measly $440. Besides that, you got enough meat here for 2 years. Still cheaper than $1.50 a pound.
Oh, I guess you're right. But what am I going to do with this animated Bull Durham sign?
Eat it.
Eat it.
Eat it.
Fine. Yeah, eat it. That's fine.
So?
I can just see him walking around the dining room table and everybody takes a bite as he goes. Eat it.
Please, Curly, let's not be ubiquitous. Naturally, we slaughter the animal first. Let's take him in the kitchen and get started.
Frankie, we can't bring that thing in the kitchen.
Well, why not?
Alice is a little eccentric. She don't like to have strange stares running around the house.
Antisocial, huh? It's none of my business, Curly, but at times your wife is inclined to be difficult. What's the matter with her, anyway?
Well, you know how women are. She's just... Oh, shut up! You go! Why, if Alice ever saw what I bought, she'd think that I'm completely off.
Bill, who rang the bell before?
Hey, it's Alice. Quick, Frankie. Now leave that steer on the porch and come on in and shut the door. Hurry up.
Okay.
Now, not a word to Alice. She mustn't know that you've got...
Phil, did someone come? Oh, hello, Frankie.
Hi, Alice. Say, you look very well.
Well, the same to you. What kind of a greeting is that? Frankie, who's that stomping out on our porch, Phil?
Who? Oh, that's, honey, it's my lady harpist.
Well, what is she wearing, army shoes? What is she doing out on the porch? Who brought her over?
Your wife's a nosy little blonde, ain't she?
Quiet, will you? Keep quiet a minute. Alice, listen to me. Now, the lady harpist came over to rehearse, and, she didn't want to disturb us, so she's practicing outside.
Well, I must admit she's playing it much better this week. Bill Harris, I'm going to see who's out on that porch myself.
Alice, I wouldn't go out there for...
I'm going to see... Oh, for heaven's sake. Oh,
something wrong, Alice?
Oh, Phil Harris, what is that horrible monster you've got out there?
Oh.
Huh?
Oh, honey, it's just a steer.
What?
I bought it to save money on meat. Look, now this way it only costs 40 cents a pound, and we'll have enough meat for 2 years.
Yeah, come on, Curly. Let's take it in the kitchen, cut it up into steaks, and put it in the refrigerator.
No, wait a minute. Don't you take that thing into my kitchen. If you want it slaughtered, take it over to the butcher.
Okay, we'll take it over to the market. Come on, Curly.
All right. Hey.
What?
Hey, Remley. How are we going to get him over there?
Same way I brought him over to your house. Hey, taxi!
Frankie, you brought the steer over here in a taxi?
I had to. The streetcar was too crowded.
Cut that out!
Which reminds me, Curly. You owe me $28.75 for taxi fare.
All right. You'll get it. It's only a half a mile to the market. We'll walk it over.
All right.
Come on, bossy. See you later, Alice.
So long, fellas. Gee, I'm a lucky girl. It isn't every husband who brings his wife a live steer. Oh. East is east and west is west, and the wrong one I have chose. Let's go where I'll keep on wearing those frills and flowers and buttons and bows and rings and things and buttons and bows. Don't bury me in this prairie, take me where the cement grows. Let's move down to some big town where they love a gal by the cut of her clothes, and I'll stand out in buttons and bows.
We'll love you in buckskin or skirts that you've homespun.
Oh, but I'll love you longer, stronger, where your friends don't tote a gun. My bones denounce the buckboard bounce, and the cactus hurts my toes. Let's vamoose where gals keep using those silks and satins and linen that shows, and I'm all yours in buttons and bows.
Home on the range doesn't mean a thing to me.
'Cause the city's where I feel at home, and not the lone prairie. My bones denounce the buckboard bounce, and the cactus hurts my toes. Let's vamoose where gals keep using those silks and satins and linen that shows, and I'm all yours in buttons and bows.
Give me Eastern trimmings,
where women are women in high steel clothes and peekaboo clothes and French perfume.
that rocks the room.
And I'm all yours
in buttons and bows.
Hey, Remley, we're blocking traffic. Can't you get this rump roast to move a little faster?
Maybe if you got off and pushed it, it'd help. Hey, Curly, look, we're at the market already.
Already, he says. Already. It's taken us 2 hours to go a half a mile. Now, let's get off and take him over to meat market. I hope nobody sees us with this thing.
Mr. Harris.
Uh-oh. Hello, Julius.
Hi, kid.
Good to see you, Mr. Remley. You too, Mrs. Remley.
What are you, wise guy? Mrs. Remley?
It's possible. I've seen you out with stranger-looking things than that.
All right, you two. Break it up. Let's break it up. Hey, kid, where's the butcher that owns this meat market?
He's at the market across the street buying lamb chops for his wife.
He buys his meat across the street?
Yeah, he can't afford to buy it here. What do you want with him?
I want him to slaughter the steer.
So, you're leaving Rexall and going in the meat business, huh? Smart move, Mr. Harris. You'll make an excellent butcher.
Wait a minute. I ain't leaving Rexall, and I ain't going in the meat business either. I knew all the time he wasn't that old. Meat business. I'm not going in no meat business. I wouldn't know how to butcher anything.
I heard your program last Sunday, and I beg to differ with you. Anyway, the butcher can't slaughter it for you. You got to have that done by the packing company downtown.
Downtown? How are we going to get him downtown?
I'll rent you my delivery truck. All it'll cost you is $20.
$20? Hey, Remley, this thing is adding up. Well, we got to have the truck. Here's your 20, kid.
Hey, he's actually got the dough. You must have got your allowance from Miss Faye.
No, I didn't get no allowance from Miss Faye. And don't worry, there's plenty more where that came from. So long, kid.
Wait a minute. There's something stamped on this money.
There is? What does it say?
This $20 bill was stolen from the purse of Alice Faye.
Stop it! Hey, Remley, let's get out that packing house.
We don't slaughter cattle for individuals as a rule, Mr. Harris, but I guess we can accommodate you this time.
Oh, gee. Thanks, mister.
I'll take the steer.
Gee. Kind of hate to see him go. I've become sort of attached to him.
Stop slobbering. Go on, Bossy. Go with the man. Go on. Oh, go on, will you? This ain't no attitude to take. The man ain't gonna hurt you.
Oh, Frankie, how can you lie to the animal like that? Let me talk to him. Bossy, I know how you feel. But that's life. Horns up, old boy. You've just got to face these things and be brave.
Mr. Harris, are you related to this steer?
Of course I'm not related. It just breaks my heart to have you slaughter him and cut him up.
Would you rather take him to a mortician and have him laid out?
For crying out loud, let the man take him.
Come on, boy. You gentlemen wait here. I'll have him ready for you soon. Well, Mr. Harris, your steer has been slaughtered and cleaned. That will be $55, please.
$55? But Oh, well, I guess it's worth it. I still have 1,100 pounds of prime beef.
Not exactly. You realize in slaughtering there's a little waste.
Oh, sure, of course. Certainly. I expected that. What does it weigh now?
600 pounds.
But it weighed 1,100. What happened to the rest of it?
Well, in cleaning, there's a shrinkage.
What did you use, a cheap dry cleaning fluid? This thing is now costing me 80 cents a pound.
Oh, wait. That's still less than $1.50, Curly. We'll take our meat, mister. Like this? Don't you want it dressed? No, we'll eat it nude. But you can't eat it like this. You have to have it dressed.
All right. Oh, that's okay, mister. That's all right. Now, how much does that cost? Wait! Whisper it to me. Lay it on me lightly.
Well, it shouldn't be too much. We can have it dressed for you for $85.
Who's going to dress it, Adrian?
We'll take it to the Star Outfitting Company. They do a cheaper job.
Quiet. Leave the man alone. Look, mister, go ahead and dress it and cut it. Anything, just so I get my steaks and chops.
Steaks and chops? Don't you want any other cut of the
Look,
steak?
mister, please, don't argue with me. I don't feel too good. Will you just get me my steaks and chops?
If that's what you want, very well. Well, Mr. Harris, your steaks and chops are all cut and packaged for you.
Thank goodness. Come on, Frankie. Let's get the 600 pounds on the truck before we...
Right.
Mister, we do have 600 pounds, don't we?
Not exactly.
How much?
100 pounds. You only wanted steaks and chops, you know.
But only 100 pounds.
I told you steer weight only 100 pounds.
Will you keep quiet? Look, mister, let's forget the whole thing. Glue my steer together and I'll take him home, will you? Brimley, you got me into all this. Buy a steer, save money, 30 cents a pound, enough for 2 years. Look, I never want to see you again. Mister, give me my meat. I'll take it.
Like this?
Oh, I know I'm a sucker for asking, but what now?
Well, for this much meat, you'll have to have it quick frozen. You'll need a locker. And for only $120 a year, we can let you have one of our best lockers.
A locker yet? Look, I just want to eat this steer. I don't want him to join a country club. I know he's a pedigreed steer, but does he have to be a social butterfly?
But, Mr. Harris...
All right. I'm too weak to argue. I'm trying to save money, and now these steaks are costing me over $7.50 a pound. Remley, this is all your fault.
My fault? I can't help it if you pay black market prices for me.
You know something? If I wasn't sick, I'd punch you right in the nose.
It's guys like you that cause inflation.
You brought
At a time like this, it's up to every citizen.
You brought a steer in my house. You had him coming all over. I need meat like I need a whole head. What are you trying to tell me?
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment, but first...
This is your Rexall family druggist again. In millions of American families, the name Rexall is something to count on. Of course, they haven't seen, as I have, how every one of Rexall's 2,000 or more products is tested and checked every possible way before it leaves Rexall's big laboratories, but experience has taught them that Rexall means dependability. And that's why this conversation, which I overheard just a week ago, is run-of-the-mill in a Rexall store.
Mary, how did you know this is a Rexall store?
By that orange and blue Rexall sign in the window.
But what makes it so different from any other drugstore?
Why, they carry Rexall drug products here. Things like cough syrup and antiseptics and the medicines your doctor prescribes.
But why do you especially want Rexall drug products?
Because I know I can trust them. The druggist himself told me, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And that's exactly what I did tell her. See you next Sunday.
My poor head. I'm so sick.
Now, take it easy, honey.
He'll be all right, won't he, Doctor?
Yes, he just suffered a shock to his nervous system, resulting in a slight case of high blood pressure. All he needs is rest, fresh air, and lots of nourishment.
Nourishment? Wow. Cost me a fortune, but at least it wasn't wasted. I got 100 pounds of meat to help build me up.
Mr. Harris, one other thing.
Yes.
No meat for 6 months. Stay tuned to this for the Edgar Bergen Charlie McCarthy Show, which follows immediately.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
C-O-L-G-A-T-E, Colgate presents Bill Stern.
With the Colgate Shave Cream Sports Newsreel.
Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, is on the air. Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, with stories rare. Take his advice and you'll look keen. You'll get a shave that's smooth and clean. You'll be a Colgate brushless fan.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Bill Stern broadcasting from Hollywood, California tonight. And our guest here in Hollywood is one of America's most famous radio stars, Jack Benny. But first, real one. He's been a champ longer than any man in sports history. So let's salute the great king of the billiard cue, Willie Hoppy.
Okay, Bill, and here's the way Willie Hoppy salutes Colgate Brushless, the shave cream of champions. He writes, I'm a Colgate Brushless booster from way back. Why, I just wouldn't feel in form if I didn't have Colgate Brushless to keep my somewhat tender face from being irritated. No kidding, Bill. Colgate Brushless lets me shave smooth as a cue ball, but leaves my face feeling refreshed. I guess that's because it doesn't dry out on my skin. Signed, Willie Hoppy.
Now, isn't that a sweet picture of a shave with Colgate Brushless, the shave cream of champions? A light, fluffy cream that keeps moist clear through your shave. Takes the fight out of wiry whiskers so your razor can shear them off close and clean. You can chalk up no snag, no pull, no after irritation to this great brushless shave cream. And because it's not gummy or greasy, it rinses off your face and your razor in a flash. What's more, if Colgate Brushless doesn't convince you completely, just send the top of the carton to me, Bill Stern, care of Colgate, Jersey City, Zone 2, New Jersey, and I'll see that you get double your money back. Save money. Buy the big 9-ounce economy-sized jar tonight. Reel 2. Colgate's camera close-up of Jack Benny. Tonight we're broadcasting from Hollywood, and he's one of the most famous stars in Hollywood. His radio program on Sunday evenings is one of America's most famous radio shows, and here he is in person, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Bill, I want to thank you for inviting me on your program.
Well, you're welcome, Jack. But why did you have to why did you want to be on my program?
Well, it was a natural thing, Bill. You see, I've always been very active in sports.
You?
Certainly. Football, baseball, boxing, tennis, basketball, track, all those things. Of course, as much as I enjoy them, I've had to give them up. I'm almost 37, you know.
Now, wait a minute, Jack. I'm 37. Look at me.
Well, maybe you didn't take care of yourself.
Maybe, but getting back to sports, have you given up all forms of sports, Jack?
Well, no, Bill, not everything. There's still one sport I indulge in quite frequently.
Really? What is it?
Well, I like to stand on the corner of Sunset and Vine and go...
Jack, that's not bad. Have you picked up anything?
Yes, 2 poodles, 3 St. Bernards, and a traffic cop. But seriously, Bill, I do swim a little. You know, I have a pool in my backyard.
Well, in this weather, who hasn't?
Anyway,
Jack.
Been here a few days.
I know you're still interested in sports, because a few weeks ago you had Joe Lewis on your program.
Yes, Bill, I did have Lewis on my show, and he gave me some pointers on boxing.
Yes, Joe told me about that. He also mentioned that you had beautiful muscles.
Well, yes. I hate to say so, but I have.
Come here, Jack. Let me feel those muscles.
Well, I wish you'd let me know earlier. I would have worn them to the broadcast.
Well, next time I'll call you beforehand. You know, Jack, we've been kidding around, but I want you to know that I've talked to a lot of servicemen who've come back from overseas, and they all tell me what a wonderful job you did entertaining our troops.
Thanks, Bill, and as we come to the close of this year, the first peacetime New Year in 5 years, I, like everyone else, of course, am thankful for the victory and the peace. I'm also grateful that I was one of those asked to serve in the field of entertainment during the war. I know the theatrical world will always be ready, but I hope it won't be necessary again.
You're so right, Jack Benny. But don't go away, Jack. I want you back later in this program. And ladies and gentlemen, that speech by Jack Benny reminds me that this year is coming to a close. So tonight, let's look back and review the outstanding sports stories of this year. Memories of stories that made this year's sports history. Let's begin with the profile of Jack Chevney. Jack Chevney was one of the greatest football players to ever play for Notre Dame. But after graduation, Jack Chevney left Notre Dame to become the head football coach at the University of Texas. And at Texas, Jack Chevney coached a Texas team that beat his former alma mater, Notre Dame. They even gave Jack Chevney a gold fountain pen that bore an inscription which read, "Presented to Jack Chevney, a Notre Dame man who beat Notre Dame." When this war broke out, Jack Chevney joined the Marines. And as a Marine in this war, he gave his life at Iwo Jima when a Japanese bullet killed him. But the end of this story took place this year aboard the USS Missouri, when the Japanese officials came aboard to sign the official surrender document ending this war. For just as the Japanese official was about to sign Japan's surrender, someone noticed the fountain pen that this Japanese official was using. That fountain pen was Jack Chevney's gold fountain pen, stolen from his dead body at Iwo Jima, and it still bore the inscription, "To Jack Chevney, a Notre Dame man who beat Notre Dame." Yeah, that was one great sports memory of 1945, but there were others. Do you remember the story we called The Portrait of a Boxing Team? This was the story of a boxing team, a great boxing team. They were champions, except that they were dirty fighters. They fought dirty. They used foul tactics, anything to win a fight. In fact, they became so dirty that in one fight, they killed a man. And then they were charged with murder. But on the day that they were found guilty, the judge allowed them to go free. This was because of political influence, for you see, this all happened back in Germany. And those dirty prize fighters were the first Nazi party, headed by Adolf Hitler. But there were other great memories of sports events that reached the climax this past year. For instance, do you remember The Profile of a Frenchman? This was the story of a Frenchman who gave one of the world's most lavish dinner parties. This huge dinner party cost this Frenchman over $100,000. And the guest of honor at this Frenchman's dinner party was a horse named Avion, a great racehorse that this Frenchman had just bought. Maybe you'd like to know who this Frenchman was. He was the former dictator of France, Pierre Laval. Pierre Laval, who was killed this past year, killed as a traitor to France. And after he was killed, they carted his body away to the burial grounds. And the horse that pulled his body to his grave was the very same horse for which he'd once given the world's most expensive dinner party. Now the memories of this year's sports stories are coming back. Memories that on this last broadcast of this year we must remember, such as The Portrait of a Love Story. This was the story of a girl named Lisa and a boy named Joseph. They lived in Vienna, and they were very, very much in love. Joseph was a soccer player, a good soccer player, and Lisa began to go with him to the soccer games. She became the official scorer of his Viennese soccer team. The years passed after that, and Adolf Hitler came into power. It was then that Lisa was ordered arrested. But all they found on her was a notebook which she said was filled with official soccer scores. And because she was the official soccer scorer, the Germans let her go to bring her notebook back to the Allies. For in that notebook, there weren't really soccer scores. No, those figures were the formula which gave the United States the atomic bomb. We've just about finished reviewing the best sports memories that took place in this passing year, but we must not forget a story that we call The Profile of a Rivalry. This was the story of a rivalry between two men. One was nicknamed Ben, the other was nicknamed Matty. These two were rivals in skiing, in racing, in boxing. Always it was Matty who beat Ben. This infuriated Ben so much that he vowed that somehow he'd get Matty, and he did get him. But one day, Ben caused Matty to lose his life. For Ben had Matty murdered. However, when Matty died, Matty's son swore that someday he'd avenge his father's death. And this year, he did. For he killed Ben, just as Ben had killed his father. And so this year saw the end of a rivalry between these two men. A rivalry that began in sports and ended in the death for both men. Maybe you'd like to know who these two men were. Matty was the famous Italian socialist leader, Giacomo Mattiatti, while Ben was the dictator of Italy, Benito Mussolini. It was Mussolini who murdered Mattiatti, only in turn to be murdered by Mattiatti's son. We've reviewed the great sports memories of this passing year on this last program of this year, but there's one more story, a story we call The Portrait of a Sportsman. This was the story of an athlete. He played baseball, he played football, he rode horseback, he was a great swimmer, he loved sports, and then at the very peak of his career, he was struck down. He became paralyzed. But he refused to quit. And he finally came back. He came back to become the President of the United States, for his name was Franklin Delano Roosevelt. He didn't become a champion in any sport, yet he was the greatest champion that sports have ever had. And this year when he died, I couldn't help remembering a simple inscription that's over the Arlington Military Cemetery, where America's war heroes are buried. And I think this inscription meant for them applies equally well to him, for it says, "Sleep well, soldier. You are not forgotten." Profile of this passing year. Reel 3. A great star will be back in a moment, Mr. Jack Benny. But first...
You don't have to wonder why we call Colgate Brushless the shave cream of champions. I'll tell you. It's the chosen shave cream of famous champs in all branches of sport. And second, it gives champion shaving performance, especially to you men with tough beards and sensitive skin. It stays moist and active, clear to the end. It tames those tough whiskers, makes them act like fuzz. So if you're looking for smooth, close, clean shaving with no after irritation, then, brother, you'll find it in Colgate Brushless, the shave cream of champions. Ask for Colgate Brushless shave cream in the big 9-ounce jar tonight. Now back to Bill Stern.
Reel 4. Colgate's Candid Camera catches the story behind the story. Ladies and gentlemen, for tonight's story behind the story, here again is one of America's most famous radio stars, Jack Benny.
Bill, I think with the new year coming, there's one story you forgot, and it's a New Year's story. It's the story of a youngster named Robert Burns who came to live with an elderly man in Scotland. These two became great friends, for the elderly man had once been the bare-knuckle boxing champion of Scotland. And young Robert Burns wanted to be a boxer. But one New Year's Eve, the older man was burned to death in a tragic fire. Young Robert Burns was heartbroken over the loss of his old friend, the prize fighter, and with no one left to teach him boxing, Robert Burns gave it up and became a writer. One of the first things he wrote was a poem that's been set to music. This poem has become the most famous New Year's Eve poem ever written. And it was written in honor of his old friend, the prize fighter, who died on New Year's Eve. For now you know why Robert Burns wrote, "Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance be forgot and days of old lang syne."
Thank you, Jack Benny. And that's the 3-0 mark for tonight. We've been broadcasting tonight from Hollywood, California. Next Friday night at the usual time, we'll again be broadcasting from Hollywood. And our guests here in Hollywood next week will be two of the most famous comedians in the world, Abbott and Costello. So be sure and be with the same time, same stations, next Friday evening, when we present as our guests two of Hollywood's biggest stars, Abbott and Costello. See you then. Until then, I'll be seeing you on the screen in the News of the Day newsreel at your favorite Lowe's or Associated Theaters. Now, until the same time next Friday night, this is Bill Stern wishing you all a good night from Hollywood.
Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, is on his way. Bill Stern, the Colgate Shave Cream Man, had lots to say. He told you tales of sport heroes, the inside dope he really knows. So listen in next Friday night. Colgate.
Jack Benny appeared in this program tonight, courtesy of the American Tobacco Company, makers of Lucky Strike cigarettes. This program originated in Hollywood, California. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Pabst Blue Ribbon Beer presents Blue Ribbon Town, starring Groucho Marx, with his special guest, Jack Benny. Come on down to Blue Ribbon Town, where you'll down your daily care. Come on down to the market. With Jack Benny visiting us, there's plenty of excitement in Blue Ribbon Town tonight. Ready and eager to greet their famous guests are Faye McKenzie, Bill Days, Leo Gorsey, Robert R. Brewster and his Blue Ribbon Blenders, yours truly, Ken Niles, and the leading citizen of Blue Ribbon Town, our happy host of hilarious hijinks, Groucho Marx.
Gosh, Faye, this is certainly a red letter day in Blue Ribbon Town with Jack Benny coming to visit us.
Certainly is, Bill.
Say, Groucho, you never did tell us what your visit to Jack Benny last Sunday was like.
I had a wonderful time, and his rates weren't too high either.
Oh, Mr. Marx, you don't really mean that Jack Benny charged you.
I don't know, Bill, but that was the first time I ever sat in a rocking chair with a meter on it. But I must say, the dinner Jack prepared was very nice. He had a beautiful golden brown turkey on the table.
Say, that was very generous of Jack.
Yes, it was. A very unusual turkey, too.
What do you mean?
It was the first turkey I ever ate made out of grape nut flakes.
Was the stuffing good?
Yes, it was. If you like more grape nut flakes.
Well, did you meet Phil Harris? I think he's awfully cute.
Yes, he is. Cute and ignorant. You should have heard what he told me when I asked him if he liked the songs of Rimsky-Korsakov.
Why? What did he say?
He thought they were a great team and wanted to know which one did the lyrics, Rimsky or Korsakov. And when I asked him about Tchaikovsky's Nutcracker Suite, he wanted to know what hotel it was in. Well, everybody knows it's the ambassador.
Hey, Marcy, is our extinguished guest here yet?
Well, everybody's entitled to one mistake, and here's Mother Nature's. Leo Gorsey.
Hey, Marcy, I just heard you talking about Phil Harris. You know, he's an old schoolmate of mine. Gee, I ain't seen Phil since we was in the 5th grade together.
You ain't?
No, just think. 2 whole years have slid by. Say, Marcy, did you enjoy yourself at Jack Benny's house last Sunday?
Yes, I did, Gorsey, but I'm always glad to be back here in Blue Ribbon Town with my own happy little family.
You're right, Groucho. We are one happy little family. I like you so much, Groucho.
And I like you, Faye.
And I like you too, Mr. Mark.
And I like you, Bill.
And Marcy, I like you likewise.
And Gorsey, I like you lengthwise. But really, kids, I am fond of you. Ah, my happy little family. I feel like taking you all in my arms. You, Bill, and you, Gorsey, and you, Faye. Hey, Bill, why don't you and Gorsey get out and make more room for Faye? Jack Benny's main reason for coming up here is to get a complete vacation. He's mentally worn out from doing his radio show for so long.
I can understand that. Jack Benny's certainly been on the air a long time, hasn't he?
He certainly has. Why, Benny's been on the air so long, he can remember when John wasn't even married to his first wife.
Well, what do you want us to do?
I don't want you to mention a single word about radio to Jack Benny, or to do anything that will even remind him of radio. You see, Benny has radioitis.
Oh, I get it. You mean he's allergic, huh?
Gorsey, I bet you don't even know what allergic means.
Hey, certainly I do. Benny's allergic to radio like I'm allergic to jail.
Allergic to jail? I don't quite see the connection.
Well, every time I'm in jail, I break out. See you later, Marcy.
Well, Faye, while Gorsey's breaking out of jail, why don't you break in the song?
I'd love to, Ken. I'll sing Suddenly It's Spring from the Paramount picture, Lady in the Dark. Why is my heart dancing, imagine dancing? You look at me and suddenly it's spring. Why do I keep sighing, not sad, just sighing? I'm young and free and suddenly it's spring. On a hilltop
I'd like you to meet a man.
There goes Niles again, bringing another pat-pappy poet. Who is it this time, Niles?
Well, this is Simon the Swami. He's a crystal gazer and a very jovial person.
A jovial crystal gazer, eh?
Yes. How does he strike you?
I don't know how he strikes me, but I'd sure like to strike him.
You would? Why?
I've always wanted to strike a happy medium.
Silence! I'm Simon the Swami. My marvelous crystal can tell you if Mama is packing a pistol and whether the step you are planning to take will land on a pillow or poison a snake. But these days I work gazing carefully through our gun sights for errors. I find very few. And during my leisure, I comfortably peer into crystal-clear glasses of blue ribbon beer.
All over America, when people sit down for an hour or two of comfortable leisure, they always seem to call for a glass of mellow, delicious Pabst Blue Ribbon beer. Since 1844, we've brewed and sold some of the world's finest beers. And today, Pabst Blue Ribbon is the finest of all. Pabst, you know, is full flavor blended from 33 fine brews. And there's a whole century of brewing skill and knowledge in every delicious drop. Order it with confidence. Serve it with pride. For no matter where you go, there is no finer beer, no finer blend than Pabst Blue Ribbon.
Well, I'm glad the kids are all left. I want Jack Benny to feel like he's really going to get a rest from radio. Oh, there's Benny now, pulling out in a taxi cab. I'll open the door for him.
But, driver, 35 cents. Can't be over 7 miles from here to the station. Well, all right.
Oh, hello, Groucho. Well, if it isn't Jack Benny, the last of the Waukegans. Come on, Jack, come into my house. Relax and make yourself comfortable.
Thanks.
You're welcome. And, Jack, I want you to know that I told everybody in town that you're here for a rest and that they're not to mention anything about radio to you.
Thanks again, Groucho. I appreciate that. You know, Groucho, to me, you're just a friend. I've never regarded you as a radio comedian.
Don't look now, Jack, but you just lost a friend. Well, now that you're here, you may as well start relaxing. Just sit back in that easy chair there, and I'll get you a little snack I've prepared over there on the table.
Oh, good. I could eat a little something.
Here you are, a bowl of your favorite grape nut flakes.
Well, gee, thanks, Groucho. Wait a minute. You're supposed to pour cream over them, not Pabst Blue Ribbon beer.
You take care of your sponsor, and I'll take care of mine.
Hey, Groucho, this is swell. It's the first time in years I've been able to have 2 minutes to myself without someone talking shop.
Jack, the word radio isn't ever going to be mentioned around here. Say, how about the music? I'll turn on the, yes? How'd you like to listen to the vacuum cleaner? Maybe I can pick up Stardust.
No, I'd rather just sit here and take it easy and talk about other things than, you know what.
Suits me.
Well, what would you like to talk about, Groucho?
Oh, anything you'd like to talk about, Jack.
Well, I'd like to talk about anything you'd like to talk about, Groucho.
Well, that settles it. We'll talk about women. Say, how are you and Gladys Zabisco? Are you still that way about each other?
Gladys?
Yeah.
No, we've, shall we say, fifth? Pardon me, I didn't mean to serve it.
Well, that's too bad, Jack. Oh, by the way, Gladys was a waitress, wasn't she?
Yeah. Gosh, I'm really broken up about it.
You really liked her, Jack?
Yeah, I loved her. Gee, she was cute. Used to get a lot of tips, too.
Well, that is true love. Oh, well, that's enough about women. Say, there's a great trout stream near here, Jack. How about you and me doing a little fishing?
No, I just want to relax.
No fishing?
No fishing.
All right, and let's talk about women again. Say, Jack, remember that little dance that we both went for when we were in Vaudeville? What was her name again?
You mean Lena Hackenbush?
Yeah, little Lena. Remember little Lena Hackenbush?
I also remember that nasty trick you played just because she liked me better than you.
What do you mean?
Well, Lena always went for athletic men, and what she admired most about me was my flat, trim waistline. So you tried to convince her that I wore a girdle.
It's not true. I never said you wore a girdle.
No, you never said it, but every time I was out alone with her, you'd sneak up from behind and snap me.
Well, enough of reminiscing, Jack. How about going for a little walk and really seeing Blue Ribbon Town?
No, Groucho. I just want to sit here and relax.
No walking?
No walking.
Well, back to women again. Say, by the way, Jack, I have a picture of you and Lena Hackenbush upstairs that was taken 20 years ago.
Gosh, Groucho, 20 years ago. Would you get it for me?
Gladly, Jack.
Say, is that the one where Lena's running her fingers through my hair?
That's the one.
Gee, I'd love to see Lena again.
And I'll bet you'd love to see your hair again. Well, I'll get the picture and be right back.
Well, Mr. Benny.
Yes, young man.
Mr. Benny, I'm Bill Days, one of Mr. Marx's happy Blue Ribbon Town family.
Glad to know you, kid. What's on your mind?
I sing.
Well, that's nice. When Groucho comes down, you can sing for him.
But I don't want to sing for Groucho. I want to sing for you, Mr. Benny.
Sing for me? What for?
Well, gosh, after you hear me, I know you're going to want me on your program.
Look, kid, I came here to forget radio. Didn't Mr. Marx tell you not to bother me?
Yes, but, gee, I couldn't help it. Being on your show gives a person so much prestige.
Look, kid, You really think it does?
Yes, I do. Gosh, Mr. Benny, you're just about the best there is in your field.
Am I? Would you mind saying that a little louder, Bud?
Louder? Why?
Fred Allen doesn't hear as good as he used to.
Yes, Mr. Benny. Yes, Mr. Benny, you're absolutely top. The greatest there has ever been. You just don't realize it.
Oh, I do, too. Well, go ahead, kid. Sing. I don't mind. Go on. Smart kid. Got good taste, too, this kid. Really has.
I used to be bewildered. Now I know why I go walking round in a wonderful glow. There's a lot. Here am I riding high on a hill, far away from the usual road, with a world of my own at my feet. All because fate was heavenly sweet. And of that we meet. Ever dreamed in my wildest dream that I'd fall quite so wholeheartedly. Now I know love is all that it's cracked up to be.
Well, do I get to be on your show, Mr. Benny?
Well, gosh, kid, I don't know. You're a tenor.
What's wrong with that? Don't you always have tenors? Kenny Baker, Dennis Day?
Yes, and I never fail to have trouble with them about money. And then, kid, with tenors, you always have mother trouble. Tenors just seem to have mothers. I can't imagine why.
But, gee, don't you think having a mother is pretty true of most people?
Yes, I suppose so. But with tenors, somehow it's worse. Tenors have mothers who look like fathers. Besides, I already have a contract with Dennis Day, an extremely fine tenor, so you can see nothing, absolutely nothing, could make me change my mind.
But for such an opportunity, Mr. Benny, I'd even be willing to work for nothing.
Please, kid, I'm not... I wonder if Dennis's mother would slug me if I broke his contract. Kid, you say you'd be willing to work for nothing?
Well, practically, I'd be willing to accept $40 a week.
$40 a week? Who do you think you are, Lawrence Tibbett? Why, Dennis only gets 35 now. He thinks he gets 186,000, you know. On the other hand, if you'd be willing to work for...
Hold on there, Benny. A fine thing, a guest of my house trying to steal my tenor. There's nothing lower than a man who'd steal a tenor, unless it's a man who'd steal a bass. I wouldn't have said that, Benny, except that the baseball season's just about to start. And have to give me that line about not talking shop.
But Groucho, I didn't approach him. He approached me.
That's right, Mr. Marks. I'm sorry, but I couldn't resist the opportunity to get on his show. Do you realize that being with Jack Benny automatically means being a great success?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, it's true. Name one person on Jack Benny's show who hasn't become a famous man.
All right. Mary Livingston. Now run along, and let's not hear any more of this.
Well, Jack Benny, I'm certainly glad to see you.
Glad to see you, Ken Niles.
Yes, indeed. Mr. Benny, I've been wanting to talk to you for a long time. Yes, sir, you need an announcer like me on your show.
You too, Niles?
Oh, quiet, Groucho. I'm talking to a radio star. You know, Jack, Don Wilson's not laughing like he used to. That booming quality, that wonderful chuckle, those real honest-to-goodness guffaws, he just doesn't have it anymore.
He doesn't?
No. Now, just try me out. I'll throw you a feed line for an old joke. Any old joke.
The way he throws himself at the man is degrading.
Let's see. Say, Jack, who's that lady I saw you with last night?
Oh, well, all right. That was no lady, Ken. That was my wife.
Isn't that wonderful? That's marvelous, isn't it?
Isn't it revolting?
Well, what do you say, Mr. Benny? Am I better than Don Wilson?
Well, I don't know. Wilson is fatter than you. He has more to laugh with.
Well, I admit Don Wilson's a lot fatter than I am, but name one thing he can do that I can't do.
Well, Wilson can take a shower without getting his feet wet. Niles, you don't want to really leave me, do you? I thought we were one big happy family here.
Yeah, but this is Jack Benny, the Jack Benny.
So I'm Groucho Marx, the Groucho Marx. So what?
That's what I say. So what?
I know how you feel, son. Sometimes I even try to forget I'm Jack Benny.
Yes, but it's such a thrill when he remembers.
Oh, Mr. Benny,
there must be a joke in here for me someplace.
You want me to help you look, Jack?
Oh, Mr. Benny, you haven't given me a chance. You haven't heard me do a commercial. Just listen.
Niles, will you get out of here and let Benny and me go back to what we were discussing?
Oh, women. Well, while you're on the subject of beautiful women, Groucho,
I defy you to make a commercial out of that one.
Don't be too sure. Did you ever stop to think that a beautiful woman is a perfect blend of lovely attributes? Her smile, her grace, her lovely face, and so forth.
There he goes with that magic word, blend.
It is a magic word, Groucho, especially when it comes to beer. You see, skillful blending of a number of different brews brings a smoothness and mellowness to beer that you just can't get any other way. Pabst, you know, is full flavor blended from no fewer than 33 fine brews. That's why a glass of Pabst is like an old friend. Its welcoming flavor is always the same, always delightful. Remember, there's a century of brewing skill in every delicious drop of Pabst Blue Ribbon. A 100-year tradition of hospitality in every sparkling glass. So, order it with confidence. Serve it with pride. For no matter where you go, there is no finer beer, no finer blend than Pabst Blue Ribbon. Well, there it is, Mr. Benny. Think it over. I'll be waiting for your answer. Toodle-doo.
Shall we dance? Fine, happy family I've got. That's the second trader who wants to desert me.
Yes, and a fine rest I'm having away from radio. I had to come back for that line, you know.
Oh, Groucho.
Hello, Faye. I'd like to...
Oh, you don't have to introduce him. Anybody'd know this is Jack Benny.
Oh, I guess I am rather easy to recognize.
Oh, yes, I've seen you in pictures, and I could tell it was you by your kind eyes, your strong, manly jaw, your big, brawny arms rippling with muscles.
Would you mind saying that a little softer, please?
Softer? Why?
My draft board is listening in.
Oh, Mr. Benny, you do have such a nice physique, such a trim, fit waistline.
Well, Groucho Marx, you snapped me again.
There's never a shortage of rubber around Benny.
You know, you're quite attractive, Miss Mackenzie.
Oh, thanks, but don't call me Miss Mackenzie. You can call me Faye.
I can?
Mm-hmm.
Well, then you can call me Jaxie Poo.
And you can call me when my stomach returns to normal.
You know,
in about 3 months.
You know, Faye, now that I've met you, I'm going to hate leaving Blue Ribbon Town. Too bad you don't live in Hollywood. We could see more of each other.
Well, Jaxie Poo, I'd love to live in Hollywood if I thought I could find a job there.
Well, Faye Poo, I'm a rather important man in Hollywood. I could probably line up some sort of a position for you.
Oh, Pooh, how wonderful. I know I'll be very happy working on your show.
Pooh? Was that Pooh or Pew? P-O-O. Well, Miss Mackenzie, I did not offer you a job on my show. I came here to forget my show.
Oh, but Jaxie Poo, how can you forget your show? A great comedian like you. Well, as far as I'm concerned, you're the grand old man of radio.
Don't let my gray hair fool you. I'm just breaking it in for a silver fox. Hey, I'm really not old. It's just that I began my career so young, 30 years ago. Well, I was just a knee pan.
Yes, and he looked awfully funny. A grown man of 25 running around a knee pantsy poo. Excuse me while I answer the phone. Jack, excuse me while I answer the phone.
That never happens on my show.
Everything happens on our show. Hello? No, goodbye.
Who was that, Groucho?
It was the wrong number. That's never happened on any other show before either.
Hiya, Marcy. Hiya, Mr. B. Say, I've been listening to your programs lots of times, and I think it's great.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed, Mr. G, but I don't care to discuss.
There's one thing wrong, howsoever. That guy, Phil Harris, detracts from the refinement and culture of the program.
You really think so?
There ain't a participle of a doubt. And believe me, the lack of culture is a terrible curse that should be visited on no man.
You're absolutely right, Gorsey Pooh. So please stop visiting me.
Not only is Phil Harris ignorant, but he also has a terrible vocal ferry. The guy knows nothing about nothing, especially grammar. Not only can't he conjugate conjugation, but he can't even subjunct subjunction. Boy, what a soliloquy. See, what you should do, Benny, is get someone to take Harris's place. Someone who's got class, refinement, and education. In other words, me.
That's more than I had on the whole program. After listening to you, Gorsey, Phil Harris sounds like Anthony Eden.
Well, I know my speech ain't so hot, but my writing is very audible. See on that, Benny. I'll see you later.
Some happy family I've got, Jack. Everybody has tried to lead me to your radio show.
Yes, in fact, Rochester's was the only job that nobody wanted.
Yeah, some happy family, all right. What loyalty. They don't even know the meaning of the word.
loyalty, faith. Semper Fidelis is discouraging.
Oh, come, Groucho. Chin up. Carry on.
No, Jack. Without the loyalty, without the faith of those one holds dear, life becomes nothing but a hollow mockery, a sham. A mere existence, hardly worth continuing.
I wouldn't try so hard, Groucho. It's too late for the Academy Award.
He jests at scars that never felt a wound.
Oh, I know you're hurt, Groucho, but after all...
You're a good friend, Jack, but don't try to soften the blow. I'm disappointed in my so-called friend. Wanted to leave me to go with your show. It hurts, Jack. It hurts here. Now it hurts there, too.
There, Groucho, don't take it so hard.
I can't help it, Jack. There's only one thing left for me to do now.
What's that?
Mr. Benny, how about you all let me take Rochester's place?
Mr. Benny, if you want to hear how I deliver an important message on the show, just grab an earful of this. Neighbors, income taxes are vital to the support of our government. Right now, I'd like to let everybody in on a message I have here from Uncle Sam. He considers the prompt filing of income tax returns so important this year that he's asking everybody to find out what they owe him just as soon as possible. Don't wait until the March 15th deadline. Find out where you stand. You may owe more or less than you think. Get straightened out early. If you haven't received forms, write the office of your local collector of internal revenue immediately for forms and information. You can find out his address at your nearest bank or post office. If you need help with filing your returns, you can get it free of charge at the same office. But ask for it in time to avoid the rush. Remember, file early. It's more important this year than ever before.
Well, Groucho, it's time for me to leave. I want to thank you for your hospitality.
It was nice having you, Jack. Thanks for coming down. You must visit me again sometime.
I'll be glad to. By the way, who's your guest next week?
Everett Horton. He's having trouble with his income tax, and he wants me to help him figure it out.
Groucho, I didn't know you were good at that sort of thing. Do you really know how to fill out those income tax
forms? Oh, yes. In fact, I helped Dorothy Lamour with her income tax last year, and you know how well her form is filled out.
Well, good night, Groucho. Now, wait a minute, fellas. Get this very clever line they gave me to end the program with. Oh, this will be a scream. Wait till you hear this. Good night, Groucho. I'll be listening next week.
I suppose you think mine is any better, huh? Listen to the one they gave me. So long, Jack Benny. Thanks again. Good night, neighbors.
Remember, if you want the real lowdown on how to laugh off your income tax, don't forget to listen to Groucho Marx telling Everett Horton all about it next Saturday. All the rest of our regulars will be on hand, so join in the fun and come on down. This program is directed by Dick Mack and is brought to you by the Pabst Brewing Company in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Peoria, Illinois. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, the new Dennis Day program with Sharon Douglas, Verna Felton, Dink Trout, John Brown, Joe Kearns, Lee Benedict, Jerry Hausner, Charles Dant and the orchestra, and starring the popular young singer of the Jack Benny Show in a day in the life of Dennis Day. And now here's Dennis singing, Take Care.
Take care when you say te quiero. Your lips may impart sweeter things than your heart means to say. Take care when you say te quiero. Don't whisper tonight words that fade in the light of the day. Who knows if the spell we're under will still be as strong when the moon is no longer there. A heart that's waited a moment such as this squeezed by the madness of a kiss. When you say, take care, oh, take care. Madness of a kiss. When you say, take care, oh, take
Yes, that was the beautiful voice of Dennis Day. But exactly what sort of person is our hero? Well, suppose we ask some of the folks of Weaverville, where Dennis lives and works. They know him best. For example, there's his boss, Mr. Willoughby, who owns the drugstore where Dennis jerks sodas. Mr. Willoughby, how do you feel about Dennis?
Dennis Day? Well, when I first met Dennis and hired him to work behind my fountain, I wasn't sure whether he was a soda jerk or not. But I knew he was some kind.
Yeah. Now, how about a few words from Mildred, Dennis's girlfriend?
I think Dennis is a perfect love. It's just that no one understands him. People in this town judge other people by how much money they have or how many brains. Either way, it's very unfair to Dennis.
All right, suppose we hear from Mildred's mother now, Mrs. Anderson, who runs the boarding house in which Dennis lives.
Dennis Day will never amount to anything. He has no ambition, no gumption, and very little sense. My daughter thinks she's in love with him, but it's only because he reminds her of her father.
Well, Mr. Anderson, what do you say to that?
Any opinions expressed by me on any subject whatsoever are necessarily those of my wife.
Well, how about a fellow boarder at the Anderson Menage? Mr. Snedeker, how do you feel about Dennis Day?
Don't mention Dennis Day's name to me. I ought to tear him limb from limb. Wants to borrow my car, he says, so he can drive his girlfriend Mildred over to pick up her costume for the masquerade party tonight. Why did I give it to him? Because I'm a big, fat, good-natured slob, that's why. And what happened? What happens to my car? I'll tell you what happened.
Oh, Dennis!
Did you see that? That parked car ran right into me. Golly, it's going to cost me $25 for Mr. Snedeker's fender, Mildred. Where am I going to get $25?
Well, haven't you saved any money out of your salary at the drugstore?
I've only had the job 2 days. Anyhow, with taxes what they are, I couldn't possibly save more than $6 a week.
Well, how much is your salary?
$6 a week.
Well, we've just got to think of something. If Mr. Snedeker tells Mama, she's liable to throw you out of her boarding house. And I don't know where you'd get another room with this housing shortage.
Gee, I'd hate to lose that comfortable room I share with Mr. Appling, Mr. Moore, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Taylor, Mr. Greenberg, Mr. Erickson, Mr. Kerrigan, Mr. Calfleisch, and the Cooper brothers. Especially this week when it's my turn to sleep in the bed.
Well, we just got to raise the money somehow. Mr. Snedeker said if he didn't get his $25, he'd murder you.
Oh, yeah? I'd just like to see him try it, that's all.
What would you do?
What could I do? I'd be dead. But the police would do plenty.
Dennis, if you don't mind, I'd rather he got his money. Oh, if I could only win the prize at the masquerade tonight.
Huh?
You know, the silver cup for the most outstanding costume. Oh, we could get $25 for it easily.
Well, gosh, maybe you will win, Mildred.
Oh, I haven't a chance. Mama picked out a perfect stinker of a costume for me. Betsy Ross. Now I ask you, Betsy Ross.
That does stink a little. Gee, I just finished a book about a girl who'd make a wonderful character at a masquerade. A somewhat different type from Betsy Ross, of course.
Oh, what book was that?
It was called Forever Amber.
Forever Amber?
Yes, it's a very absorbing book. It took me months and months to get through it, but I finally finished it.
Well, why did it take you so long?
I kept going back over it to see if I'd read right. Very educational reading. You know, Mildred, it's very educational reading for a young fellow like myself, though. Believe me, I learned plenty about the London fire.
Golly, you know, I'll bet Amber would win that cup in a walk. Dennis, I'll do it.
You mean you'll go to the masquerade as Amber?
Exactly.
Gee, you're liable to catch an awful cold.
Don't be silly. Now, what can I do with that costume? Cut out the sleeves, lower the neckline, make it slinky and tight-fitting.
I don't think Betsy Ross would like this.
Oh, gee, Dennis, I'm sure it can be done. Look, I'll go right to work on the costume. Oh, but there's some other things I'll need, and you'll have to get them for me.
Okay.
Now, let's see. I'll need a tiara for my hair, earrings, a pair of black lace step-ins, some exotic perfume.
Ooh, what you said.
Exotic perfume?
No, the one before that.
Now, look, you can get everything in the same place. There's a little shop on Elm Street called Yvette of Paris. Ask for Mademoiselle Yvette herself and tell her what you want.
You think she'll believe me?
Well, tell her that for me. She knows my size and everything. Remember, Mademoiselle Yvette. Now, hurry.
Hello.
Hello.
Could I see Mademoiselle Yvette of Paris, please?
You're talking to the Mademoiselle in person already.
You're Mademoiselle Yvette?
But oui. Something I could do for the monsieur yet?
Gee, you have the most peculiar accent. What part of France are you from?
France, he says. Mademoiselle Yvette is just a name on the door.
Then you're not really from Paris?
Listen, the last time I saw Paris, it was holding up my husband's socks. Now, is there something I could do for you?
Well, yes, there is. Mildred Anderson asked me to get some things for her. A tiara for her hair, a pair of earrings, some exotic perfume.
Yes?
And a pair of black lace. Black lace?
What's the matter, you bashful?
Yeah.
You mean a pair of these?
Oh, put him down! Put him down!
So what's the matter? Why are you getting excited? There's nobody in them.
I know, but I got a vivid imagination. Anyway, she doesn't want that kind. She wants black lace.
Black lace, huh? Is black lace becoming already in Weaverville de rigueur?
De rigueur?
It's a little thing I picked up from Charles Boyer. It means stylish.
Oh, I see. You pick up little things from Charles Boyer, huh?
All the time. It should happen to my husband. Okay, anything else?
No, that's all.
All right, I'll wrap everything up together. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Gee, these pink ones are kind of cute. I wonder if... No. Still, they might. I'll ask Mademoiselle Yvette. No, it's ridiculous. I'm sure they don't make them for men.
That'll be $11.50.
$11 and... Oh, my goodness. I'm afraid you'll have to charge it.
Charge it? Who to?
Why, to Mrs. Anderson, Mildred's mother. She's a customer of yours, isn't she?
Yeah. I guess it'll be all right. Here.
Oh, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I wonder. Hello, Mrs. Anderson. This is Yvette of Paris. Look, Yvette of Paris. Yvette of... Rena Feinschreiber, who makes for you the corsets. Look, a young man was just here who bought for your daughter some very fancy schmancy underwear. And I was
I saw
you standing in the sun, and you were something to see. I know what I like, and I like what I saw, and I said to myself... Hello, Mrs. Anderson.
Good evening, Dennis. It may interest you to know that I just had a phone call from Mademoiselle Yvette.
Oh, really?
I have also had a little talk with my daughter Mildred.
Oh, really?
I found out she intended going to tonight's masquerade dressed as a certain brazen hussy.
Oh, really?
She is not going to the masquerade at all. I've locked her in her room.
Oh.
Dennis, if you say, "Oh, really," again, I shall scream.
Oh, did you?
Yes, I did.
Oh, really?
I also found out that the idea of going as this Amber came from you.
Oh, no, ma'am. I just happened to mention...
Nevertheless, Dennis, Mr. Anderson and I feel it's about time someone had a serious talk with you. Normally, of course, that's the duty of the head of the family.
Yes, ma'am.
But my husband has offered to do it instead.
Yes, ma'am.
I leave. And you two may talk this over, boy, well, whatever the two of you are, talk it over.
Good evening, Dennis.
Oh, hello, Mr. Anderson. I didn't see you sitting there. I guess your wife had you blocked off.
Been that way for 22 years. My wife is pretty excited about Mildred wanting to go to the party as Amber, Dennis.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Anderson never let me read Forever Amber. She said it was no book for a man with funny ideas in his head.
Oh, have you got funny ideas in your head?
No, but she said I would have if I read it.
That's silly. I read it, and I haven't got any idea of any kind in my head.
You know, this Amber, Dennis, what sort of a girl is she?
Oh, you know, companionable, good mixer, makes friends easily.
Yes, I understand she's quite friendly. Oh, well.
Yes, sir.
But we certainly don't want Mildred pretending she's such a character, even for a masquerade, do we, Dennis?
No, sir.
We want Mildred to grow up the kind of a woman that her mother is, don't we?
No, sir.
I say we want Mildred to grow up the kind of a woman her mother is, don't we?
No, sir.
You know... Oh, Dennis, I think this is the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Mrs. Anderson undoubtedly has many good qualities, but she does boss you around quite a bit.
Well, all women boss you around, Dennis. Some do it quietly and sweetly. Some, like my wife, do it loudly and firmly. But they all boss you around.
Golly, maybe the world would be better off if there weren't any women, just men and children.
What a beautiful thought. Well, I hope you've gotten something out of this little talk, Dennis.
Yes, sir, I have.
I know I have. I'm going to read that Forever Amber if it takes me the next 10 years. And if it's what I think it is, who cares?
Yes, sir. Well, I'll be getting back to Mademoiselle Yvette with this stuff. We won't need it now. Bye, Mr. Anderson.
Bye, Dennis.
Dennis.
Huh?
Dennis, over here.
Mildred.
Quick, climb through the window and don't let Mama see.
What?
Hurry and hand me that box. Here. Easy. You heard what Mama said about the party, huh?
Yeah, she won't let you go.
I know. She took one look at what I did to this Betsy Ross costume and nearly fainted.
Gosh, you did make it kind of daring. Well, I guess we'll never get that $25 now.
And why not? This cup is for the most outstanding costume, isn't it? Isn't this costume outstanding?
Yes, but there's no one to wear it.
Oh, yes, there is.
Well, what do you intend to... Oh, no. No, Mildred, don't look at me like that.
Oh, Dennis, don't be that way. You'll make a beautiful Amber.
But how can I be a girl? Girls are built differently than I am. I'm taller.
Oh, notice that. I guarantee that in this dress and wig, no one will be able to tell you from Amber.
I bet I could never fool Charles I. No, Mildred, I won't do it.
Dennis, think of Mr. Snedeker's fender. Think of the $25. Think of the housing shortage.
All I can think of is black lace. Black lace.
They're step-ins.
It isn't how I get in, it's how I feel after I'm there.
right, Dennis. I guess I shouldn't have asked you. Forget it.
Mildred, I
thought I meant something to you. I thought you'd do it for my sake. I was wrong.
Oh, Mildred, stop. I can't stand seeing anyone cry.
You don't care if Mama throws you out of the house and we never see each other again. You don't care.
Mildred, I can't stand here and see a woman cry like that. There's only one thing I can do.
Yes?
I'm going to get out of here.
Dennis, you come back here. We're going to win that cup and pay off Mr. Snedeker. Now go in the bathroom and get those clothes off.
But, Mildred...
Here, take all this and put it on. And when you come out, I'll fix your makeup.
You mean I have to put all this on?
Yes.
Mildred, I read another book once about a wonderful character named Abraham Lincoln. All I need is a beard and a short pair of stilts, and I'm sure that...
Get into that bathroom.
Yes, ma'am. Gee, my mother always wanted a girl, but this is ridiculous. Well, I finally got the costume on, Mildred. How do I look?
Well, let's see. It's not too bad, except you're a little lumpy in the wrong places. Walk toward me and slink like Andrew.
I'm afraid to. This dress is too tight. One slink and I'm slunk.
Well, it is tight. Didn't you put on that girdle I gave you?
No.
Why not?
I couldn't get it over my head.
Oh, Dennis, they don't go over your head. Don't you know how to put on a girdle?
I'm afraid not. I've spent most of my life as a boy.
But what on earth makes you look so lumpy from your hips down?
Oh, that's my long underwear.
You didn't take that off?
You think I want to catch cold? There's a terrible draft through this thing.
Dennis, you didn't have to keep your flannels on. I gave you those black lace step-ins to wear.
I know, but I stepped into them wrong. They're black lace kilts now.
Well, sit still now. I'm going to put on your makeup.
Okay.
First, a little mascara. There we are. Now, some powder.
Hey! Watch where you put that stuff.
You're supposed to keep your mouth closed.
Golly, if men were girls, we'd never bother with all this stuff.
If men were girls, we wouldn't either. Now, look, Dennis, hold still while I put on your lipstick, and we're all set. There we are.
How am I?
Why, Dennis, you're absolutely ravishing. Honestly, you're gorgeous.
Gee, really?
Just go over and take a look in that mirror.
Okay. Pardon me, miss. Would you mind stepping aside? Oh, that's me.
Of course it is. Well?
Gee, I am kind of desirable.
Oh, Dennis, I just know you're going to win that prize. Oh, now, look, we haven't much time. Here's the keys to my father's car. Slip out the window the same way you got in.
You'll have to boost me up. I don't dare bend over in this dress.
All right. Oh, I do hope you win, Dennis. There. And please, please be careful of Daddy's car.
I will, Mildred. Gee, I did look like an awfully cute girl in that mirror. Not my type, of course, but some men like them. Oh, golly, here comes the man. Here's my chance to find out how I look. I'll drop my handkerchief and see what happens.
Oh, pardon me. Did you drop this handkerchief?
Why, yes. How careless of me.
Well, here you are.
Oh, thank you, sir. You're really too kind.
Oh, that's okay. Oh, say, by the way.
Yes?
You got a match, buddy?
Hello, Mr. Willoughby.
Hello, Dennis. Oh, I beg your pardon, miss. When I heard your voice, I thought you were a boy who works for me.
I do. I'm Dennis.
Well, by George. I'd certainly never know you in that dress and with a mask on. Say, who are you supposed to be, Dennis?
I'm Amber. You know, the book, Forever Amber.
Oh. I may have read it. It sort of escapes my memory.
Then you didn't read it. Say, Mr. Willoughby, when do the judges judge the costumes? It's 10 o'clock, and I got to get out of here before I get that 5 o'clock shadow.
Huh?
Twice.
Oh. Well, the man who's judging the costumes hasn't arrived yet, and by George, I wish he'd get here. If he...
There's someone coming in the door now, Mr. Willoughby.
Oh, yes, good. That's him, and high time, too.
Oh, my goodness.
Something wrong, Dennis?
The judge of the costumes. It's Mr. Snedeker.
That's right. He's coming over here now.
Mr. Willoughby, I can't stay here. If he sees me, he'll punch me right in my mascara.
He won't recognize you in that outfit any more than I did.
But my voice...
I'll tell him you're a foreigner. Speak to him in Spanish.
I don't know a word in Spanish.
Neither does he. You're perfectly safe. Mr. Snedeker, right over here, please.
Oh, sorry to be late, Willoughby. That imbecile who works for you wrecked my car, and I had a devil of a time getting a taxi. If I ever get my hands on that young, Oh, I beg your pardon. What have we here?
Uh-oh.
Mr. Snedeker, may I present Senorita Lolita Del Rio? The senorita just got here from Chile.
Well, I'm delighted, senorita. Delighted.
Hacienda, senor.
Well, now, if you two will excuse me, I have a great many things to attend to.
Oh, no, don't leave us, Senor Willoughby.
I'm afraid I must. Adios.
But, Senor Willoughby...
Oh, let him go. Much cozier with just the two of us. Senorita.
Oh, tico, senor.
Well, so you're from Chile. You don't look very chilly to me. I'll bet you're a dream, all right, underneath that mask. How about a peek, huh?
Oh, no, senor.
Oh, come on, a teensy-weensy little peek.
No, senor. Not until the price for the winning costume has been giving out.
Oh, I see what you mean, my little enchilada.
I thought you would, my great big cucamonga.
Speaking as the official judge, I think your costume has an excellent chance.
Oh, thank you, senor.
Yes, an excellent chance. Are you married, senorita?
No.
Neither am I. You know what I mean?
See, but I doubt if anything will come of it.
I don't know. I waited a long time for the right girl to come along. Who can say I'm not looking into her eyes right now?
Me.
Huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to award the trophy for tonight's outstanding costume. That is, if our judge, Mr. Snedeker, has the winner picked out.
I sure have, my little beauty?
Oh, Senor Snedeker.
Folks, your attention, please. Now, after a careful study of every costume here tonight, I take pleasure in awarding this beautiful silver cup to the little lady on my left. Oh, what was that name again, senorita?
Dennis Day.
Senorita Dennis Day. Well, my little tamale, are you satisfied now? You can take this lovely silver cup back to... Senorita who?
Dennis Day.
You! Why, you are...
Mr. Snedeker, please. Calm down. Don't get excited.
Don't get excited. Why, I as good as proposed to you.
It's all right. I didn't accept.
Didn't accept?
No, Mr. Snedeker. If you'd like to withdraw your offer of marriage now, believe me, I'll understand.
Why? Let me at him. Let me at him.
Mr. Snedeker,
Let
please.
me at him.
Dennis Day returns to sing the beautiful ballad, All Through the Day.
I sit alone in the golden daylight, but all I see is a silver sky. For in my fancy I sweep away light and keep my image of the sky just the way we like it, you and I. I dream about the the night here with you. All through the day I wish away the time until the time when I'm here with you. Down falls the sun, I run to meet you. The evening mist melts away. Down smiles the moon, and soon your lips recall the kiss I dreamed of all through the day. Down falls the sun, I run to meet you. The evening mist melts away. Down smiles the moon, and soon your lips recall the kiss I dreamed of.
Be sure to be with us next week for another in the series of Dennis Day programs. More songs, more adventures in the life of our star, Dennis Day, who'll be back when you hear...
Oh, that makes life seem worthwhile, dwells in your eyes, and the spell of your
Zip Corning speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, The Halls of Ivy.
We love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. 5 people didn't go to bed at all last night here at Ivy. Grogan, the campus policeman who was making his rounds, 2 sophomores and a freshman who were investigating certain mathematical phenomena, such as the odds against drawing to an inside straight, and Dr. William Todd Hunter Hall, the president of Ivy, who's been working at his desk in the study of his home since shortly after dinner yesterday. The chapel bell is striking 8 as his wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the London stage, enters and says,
Good morning, Dr. Hall.
Good morning.
And congratulations. You've just set a new record for going without sleep. Any statement for the press, champ?
Yes, I'm glad to bring the cup back to Ivy, where it belongs, and I'm looking forward with great confidence to the international match in Brussels next spring.
Oh, poor darling. How do you feel?
Oh, surprisingly well, if the ability to cope with whimsy on an empty stomach is at all indicative. Do I look awful?
Interesting, rather. One so seldom sees a chartreuse complexion.
Bad as that, eh? Well, it's worth it. One seldom sees an annual report as superb as the one I've just finished writing. Here, have a look.
Let's see. The state of the college.
Or, in the vernacular, out of the red and over the hump with Hall.
You sound enormously set up about it.
I've reason to be. I had no idea how much I'd accomplished last year until I put it all down in black and white. The endowment fund is up, the building fund is up, enrollments are up.
And what are you doing up? Will you be working very much longer this morning?
I'm ready for bed.
Well, good. Penny will be right in with your overcoat and hat.
My overcoat and hat? Vicky, we've been married long enough for me to make a confession. I never go to bed wearing an overcoat and hat. I'm one of those odd fellows who slips between the sheets wearing only pajamas. I know I should have revealed this before, but
I told Penny to bring in our hats and coats because I'm taking you for a walk. A short walk for relaxation, a light breakfast, and then a good long sleep.
Excuse me, Mum.
Yes,
I've
Penny.
brought you things. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Penny. I'll take those. Thank you. You're looking well this morning, Penny.
Thank you very kindly, sir. And you're looking... It's a very nice morning for a walk.
You don't say.
Yes, sir. It snowed last night, the first real snow we've had this year, and it's ever so lovely. Makes one want to go out and throw snowballs at top hats.
Feel free to do so whenever the spirit moves you, Penny. I'm ready, Victoria. Penny, you didn't by any chance notice a snowman on our front lawn, did you?
Should I have, sir?
Well, after the first really good snowfall of the year, the students had the custom of building a snowman in front of the home of each faculty member. You've heard of that, haven't you?
No, sir.
And the more affection they have for you, the larger the snowman they build.
There ain't one on our lawn. Allow me, sir.
Why, I dare say the snow fell too late for them to have taken advantage of it last night.
Which way should we walk, Toddy? Along Faculty Row?
Yes, that'll do nicely.
Be back in half an hour, Penny. That custom the students have. It's almost cruel in a way.
Not in the least. I admit it must seem so to those members of the faculty for whom very small snowmen are built, but they survive. Professor Heaslip, for example, has survived years of snowmen not much larger than a Drosophila fruit fly.
Professor Heaslip is lucky the students built any token of affection on his lawn. If anything, his personality suggests excavation.
And the report I've just finished makes it more certain than ever he won't get my job. His carefully cultivated friendship with the chairman of the board notwithstanding. It's really a smashing report, Vicky. I raised almost $1 million in endowments, built...
Built what? What from?
Look, there's a snowman in front of Professor Quincannon's house.
Oh.
The snow came early enough after all.
Well, perhaps it wasn't the students, Toddy. Professor Quincannon has 2 children. They may have built it. Children build snowmen, too, you know.
Of course, that must be it. I mean, after all, there's no reason to suppose the students would build one for Quincannon and overlook me, is there? I mean, there's no reason to suppose they're antagonistic to me. I don't see why they should be. Do you?
No, of course they're not. You were telling me about your smashing report. Toddy, come on.
Oh, yes, my report. I suppose I shouldn't have said it's a smashing report. It's not really smashing, but it's a darn good one. I believe I may say, without immodesty, that I'm good at my job. After all, a college president must have ability and...
Keenness of vision?
Well, all college presidents have keen vision. A few, in fact, can even see themselves in the White House in 1952. You know, I knew a man once who...
I'm listening. Who what? What are you staring at?
A snowman in Professor Howard's front yard.
Oh, yes. Oh, I suppose Professor Howard's children must have built one, too.
Professor Howard is a bachelor.
Of course, I'd forgotten. Well, then, Professor Quincannon's children must have come over from next door. I remember when I was a child, I used to build snowmen all over the place. Couldn't get enough of them. Fairly cover the landscape and build one in front of my house and one next door and then one further down the street.
Yes, they could have come over from next door, couldn't they? Quincannon's children, I mean.
Well, of course they could.
Yeah, they could have jumped over the hedge or even come around that way through the gate.
Mm-hmm.
It's not much more than 30 paces. And you know, they're very active youngsters, positively hyperthyroid.
Oh, they are.
Oh, one probably said to the other, let's build one now on old Howard's lawn.
Yes, exactly. As a matter of fact, I seem to remember having heard children shouting something like that earlier this morning. You were telling me about your report. Your report. I want to hear more about how darn good it is.
Oh, I suppose I shouldn't have said it's a darn good report. It's not really. It's a fair report. A little more. Vicky, darling, you spend much more time with the students than I do, really. What with your coaching the junior follies and all. You haven't heard any grumbling about my administration, have you?
None, Toddy, none.
Ah. It wasn't a very tall hedge, you know. Quincannon's children could have jumped over it.
Or crashed through. I mean, they're very sturdy.
Oh, it's the most natural thing in the world.
Yes, Toddy, let's turn down this street. I'm rather tired of Faculty Row. Same old hedges, same old houses. This street seems very charming.
Really? You find that row of garbage pails charming?
Oh, well, I suppose not. Oh, dear. There's a snowman in front of Professor Warren's house, too.
The young Quincannons have had quite a busy morning.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, Dr. Warren.
Good morning, Mrs. Hall.
Good
Out for a
morning.
stroll?
Yes, we're out for a stroll.
Well, I find there's nothing like it on a morning like this for getting rid of the doldrums, don't you?
Occasionally.
We were just admiring the snowman in your front yard. It has a great deal of character.
Well, it's a pip, isn't it? I know it's not supposed to be good form for a faculty member to pay any attention to this sort of thing, but when you're 70, as I am, hypocrisy is too much of a strain. I just look at that gleaming monster and glow, Doctor. Glow.
Well, I don't blame you. And yet, the custom in some cases can be cruel, don't you think? I mean, the ones that don't get built.
Nope. It's not the custom that's cruel. It's the crushing impact of truth. Some people can't stand up under it at all. You take a president of Ivy we had in 1900, that's before your time. Bessemer was his name. 1 year, every member of the staff had a snowman except Bessemer. Old Pop Gut Bessemer. He resigned a few weeks later, for reasons of health, of course.
Oh, that seems very impulsive of him, a little drastic.
Well, Ivy's a small school and always has been. Personalities play a much bigger part than they do at some of these giant diploma factories. You wouldn't care to continue as president if you knew that the students would much rather tie a can to your tail. Would you, Doctor?
Well, now, that's an interesting way to put it, but, no, I suppose not.
Why, of course not. You look at it this way, Mrs. Hall. Teaching hardly ever pays off in money. The average prof makes only about $2,500 a year. And it hardly ever pays off in glory. I myself can name 10 baseball players or burlesque queens, bless them, for every teacher you can bring to mind. Well, then, what makes an old party like me, the last of the tobacco-chewing professors, or a man like your husband stay with it?
Pride in the job, I suppose.
Pride in the job. That and the feeling that maybe we're helping the young savages become not scholars, but men and women, and that they appreciate it. Take that away and what's left?
Absolute zero.
Here I am lecturing the president. Tell you, when you arrive at my age and succeed in conning people to regard you as a lovable old gaffer, you get away with murder. Care to come in for coffee?
No, thank you. We have breakfast waiting at home.
That's the wisest decision you've made today. In all the world, no one concocts as nauseating a cup of coffee as I do. I'll see you soon, I hope, ma'am.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Dr. Warren.
He's a pip, isn't he? My snowman.
The very word for it, he's a pip.
Careful, don't slip on that snow.
By the way, Vicky, did Did I tell you I received a letter from Quesnel University this week?
I don't believe you did, Toddy. Why?
Well, they hadn't heard of the renewal of my contract as president here at Ivy, and they've made me a very flattering offer. Treasurer of the university. At almost the same salary I have here.
Toddy.
Further, and, perhaps of more importance, it's a purely administrative job. I wouldn't come into contact with students at all. Not ever.
Toddy!
They requested the courtesy of a reply this week. It's really a most flattering offer. I rather think I'll accept. Yes, I think it would be best.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
We'll return to the halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, in just a moment, as soon as we hear how a young actor got his first taste of fame.
Offhand, one would say there's scarcely a rhyme and hardly a reason for associating Shakespeare with Schlitz beer. But perhaps I better start at the beginning of my story. Our little theater group was putting on Romeo and Juliet, and I was this year's Romeo. Being handicapped by 2 left feet and an instinctive dread of high places, I don't mind telling you that climbing that balcony gave me a good deal of trouble in spite of considerable extra practice on my part. After our dress rehearsal, I still wasn't satisfied with my agility, so I decided to make a few practice climbs before calling it a night. As I reached the balcony the second time, I happened to glance down, and there below me I saw the rest of the cast gathered around drinking beer. The labels on the bottles told me it was Schlitz, and the expressions on the faces of my fellow players told me I was missing something. I knew Schlitz by reputation, but not by taste. So I climbed down from the balcony to find out what I was missing. If you could have seen me standing there in full Shakespearean costume, tasting Schlitz for the first time, you might have expected me to say something like, "'Pon my soul, what beer is this that lies so pleasantly upon the tongue?" But no, I just stood there speechless, grinning from ear to ear. The director, sensing my plight, said, "It seems that words can fail even an actor at a time like this. Let me say it for you. No wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous."
That surround us here today.
Returning to the halls of Ivy, we find a dispirited Dr. Hall strolling in the snow along Faculty Row with Mrs. Hall.
You're very quiet, Victoria.
I know. I'm concentrating. Trying to think of the right thing to say.
Oh, you don't have to say anything, my dear. The silent eloquence of the students has left very little unsaid.
Toddy, I know how you must feel. In a small way, I've been through it a number of times in the theater. Playing for laughter and applause and getting the rustle of programs and a few coughs. You can say to yourself, chin up and good show and carry on, all that. And over it all, you can hear the lorries backing up to the stage door to haul the scenery away.
This time they're going to haul the actor away from the scenery. And after I'd convinced myself that I'd given such a sterling performance. Smashing report, indeed.
Would it help if I tried a recital of Kipling's If? It kills them in the provinces.
It's likely to prove lethal here, too. But thank you, my dear, anyway. As organizer and sole member of the William Todd Hunter Hall fan club, you've done some noble work.
Oh, Toddy, you don't have to try and laugh it off for me. Get it out of your system, darling. Blow up.
Curse the Board of Governors and their promise that I wouldn't have to spend my time wangling emoluments. Curse my folly in believing them. To the devil with all fat heads who kept me away from the students. Bah!
Oh, that was lovely.
No wonder they feel no affection for me. I'm so seldom with them. Not that to know me is to love me, you understand.
I understand nothing of the sort. I know you very well, and I'm mad about you.
How difficult it is to... Oh, thank you, my dear. How difficult it is to maintain contact with the student body. One college president I know scheduled a speech to the senior class for the sole purpose of proving that he actually did exist.
Oh.
And that's what's wrong with my report.
Toddy, I'm sure it's a superb report.
No, on the contrary, I omitted all reference, beyond a few statistics, to the most important part of any school, the students, and what they think about the state of Ivy. I should have found time to teach more courses. Look at Hutchins at Chicago and Conant at Harvard. The students are what make a college, not campus buildings and installations. Diogenes discoursed from a tub, and his students listened, and it was a school.
Toddy, look, talking of tubs, I see Professor Heaslip.
Where?
Through this hedge. He's just leaving his front door.
Is there a snowman on his lawn?
Yes, a very small one, which he has just made larger with 2 handfuls of snow. Oh, he heard us and stepped back.
Well, hello there. Good morning, Skipper. Good morning, fair lady.
Good morning.
Good morning, Heaslip. It's a nice snowman you have there.
Yes, it's a very nice little one.
Oh, you should have seen it before the sun came up and melted it. Amazing how quickly it went. This is the warmest part of Faculty Row, you know.
Oh, really? I found the whole area very cold.
Oh, that's a mistake, Skipper. That snowman was inches lower. I mean higher, a few minutes ago. It melted down considerably. Also, the boys and girls happen to have chosen a slight dip in the ground on which to build it. Actually, much taller than it looks. Optical illusion, you know. Not that I pay any attention to such things, of course.
Of course.
I'm happy the students like me as much as they do.
Of course.
I've often asked myself why. Naturally, I don't court their affection. I'm very strict, but fair pedagogue, if I say so myself. Perhaps it's the occasional humor with which I sprinkle my lectures.
For example?
Well, yesterday, I was discussing nature references in the poetry of the more eminent Victorians, one of whom referred to a dogwood tree in some lyric or other. I asked my students if they knew how to distinguish a dogwood tree, and when they said they didn't, I told them. By its bark. Well, I must be getting to class. Good morning, Skipper.
Good morning, Heaslip.
Good morning, fair lady.
Good morning.
The warmest part of Faculty Row, indeed. And yet, for the sake of that little snowman, I think I'd almost be willing to change places with Heaslip.
It'd be a little bit rough on me.
What do the boys and girls, as he calls them, see in the man? Well, it's true he has no enemies, but that's more than balanced for the fact that none of his friends like him.
Well, let's turn back, Toddy.
Oh, this is probably one of the last times we'll ever stroll along here, Victoria. It's an attractive little street, isn't it?
Yes.
I've lived here a long time.
And I've loved it here.
You see that house across the way?
Mm-hmm.
I had a furnished room there when I was an instructor. On the top floor. Kitchen privileges. Female visitors permitted only as far as the front parlor. Please turn out the light before leaving the room.
Liberty Hall, wasn't it?
Then when I was appointed assistant professor, I moved over to this side of the street. Sitting room, bedroom and bath. Hot plate permitted. No wild parties.
Oh, what exactly was a wild party at Ivy in those days?
If I remember correctly, more than 2 people laughing at the same time. But then I allowed my appointment to a full professorship to go to my head, and I rented that Charles Adams mansion over there.
Oh, it wasn't a Charles Adams mansion. It was a wonderful old place to live.
Yes, it was, wasn't it? I mean, after I brought you there. It was fairly empty when I occupied it all by myself. It echoed. Empty and unsatisfying, and nothing I did with it, new furniture, new drapes, fresh paint, seemed to propitiate the fat little gods of the hearth.
Until you offered them me as a human sacrifice, eh?
You might very well have been mistaken for a human sacrifice as I handed you down from the taxi that first morning. You were scared to death.
Yeah, I was. I'd never had a home of my own before. Just hotel rooms and flats and theater dressing rooms.
Here we are, driver. And this is for you. This is our home, Victoria.
Oh, William. It's exactly the way I imagined it. All covered with vines and so very peaceful and quiet. And, oh, look! My name's on the letterbox.
I sent a letter from England asking that it can be done.
Professor W. Hall and Mrs. Victoria Cromwell Hall. Oh, thank you, Toddy, for being such a dear love. Is it always as quiet as this?
Yes. Nearly always.
And empty. I don't see any students.
One of them has just seen you. You seem to have arrived in more ways than one. Come on, let's go inside.
Oh, please take my hand. I'm suddenly appalled at how little I know about taking care of a household.
Hang on tight, darling. I have shortcomings, too.
Promise you'll overlook mine until I've learnt my way around.
I promise. It'll be a mutual understanding. Now, what did I do with the key?
Can't you find it?
Well, I could swear I had it in my hand. I thought Oh, I do have it in my hand.
Oh, you're as nervous as I am, really, aren't you? I'm so glad. I keep on forgetting you're new at this, too.
There. No, wait.
What?
Wait. There's a little ceremony involved here, a very nice one. I'll carry you across the threshold, like this.
Oh, Toddy, look, a snowman.
A snowman? What's a snowman doing in our hallway?
Don't you see it? The students must have come while we were out walking.
Yeah, but they've no right to build one inside the house. And where do they get the snow in May?
No, Toddy, it's a snowman, and it isn't May, it's February.
Yes, I know, but...
From wherever you were, dear, come back. You have a snowman.
Yeah, but I mean...
and it's the most enormous snowman you've ever seen. Right over there.
Oh! Yes, why, it is a snowman. In our front yard. Vicky, This is our house, isn't it?
Yes, of course it is. Oh, Toddy, you're always losing yourself in your thoughts.
Not completely, my darling, because you're always with me. But I don't understand this
Look,
snowman.
There seems to be a note attached to it. Yes, it's addressed to you. Here, so what does it say?
Oh, one moment. To President Hall, the delay in construction is entirely your fault. If you must work nights, please do so in one of the back rooms and avoid those overlooking the front of the house. In that way, the traditional anonymity of the They misspelt anonymity. The traditional anonymity of the builders will be preserved. Affectionately, classes of 50 to 53 inclusive. Well, now. Of course, it was probably a good bit larger when they first put it up. After all, this is the warmest part of Faculty Row, you know.
Yeah, I know. Could you stand a bit of breakfast and some sleep now?
Breakfast, by all means, but no sleep as yet. Remember, I have the report to get out.
Another report?
The same one, but better. Far better and a great deal more inclusive. Directly after breakfast, I shall want to see the presidents of every class in my study. Yes, and the officers of all student organizations, too.
All at once in your little study?
Oh, we'll get them in, my dear. We'll get them in. Look at that snowman. It's good packing today.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And now, here again is Mr. Ronald Coleman.
The campaign to fight heart disease, this country's leading cause of death, is now underway. Diseases of the heart and blood vessels take an annual toll of more than 600,000 men, women, and children. A staggering number indeed. This dreaded menace accounts for 1 death out of every 3. A greater toll of lives than the next 5 causes of death combined. This year, give generously in support of this wonderful cause. Send your contributions to Heart, care of your local post office. Open your heart give to fight heart disease. Thank you. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Alan Reed, Gloria Gordon, and Arthur Q. Bryan. Tonight's script was written by Walter Brown Newman and Don Quinn. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn and directed by Nat Wolf. From the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company and the Halls of Ivy, our heartiest congratulations to station WTIC in Hartford, Connecticut on this, their 25th anniversary. Ken Carpenter speaking.
We love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget, though we be far, far away.
Next, hear We the People over most of these same NBC stations.
Colgate Tooth Powder presents the Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff, with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Alan Reed, Jill Walker, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show, with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga.
Well, tonight is certainly an important one in the life of our hero, Mel Blanc, for it marks the date that Mel and his girlfriend, Betty Colby, have been engaged for 4 years. Other young couples remember their dates, too, in Mel Blanc's little town, for in the Adams household we hear Susan Adams sing.
Henry, what are these lovely roses for?
Well, the first time we met, you wore roses in your hair.
And in the Davis household we hear Shirley Davis saying,
Roy, what is this beautiful orchid for?
Well, the first time we met, you wore an orchid on your dress.
And in Mel Blanc's Fix-It shop, where Mel and Betty have met, Betty is saying,
Mel, what are these pretty handkerchiefs for?
Don't you remember, Betty? The first time we met, I had a cold.
Betty was very happy that Mel remembered, but she got a much bigger thrill when Mel showed her...
Mel, a wedding ring.
Yours, Betty. Ain't it a beaut? 5 diamonds.
Oh, Mel, it's gorgeous.
Of course, you really can't tell just from this picture.
When am I going to get it?
Betty, you can have the whole catalog right now. Of course, I won't buy the ring until I get your father's consent. That's what worries me.
Oh, Mel, stop worrying. Father will surely give his consent. You think he dislikes you because he always says, Mel Blanc, I'll break every bone in your body.
Well, he doesn't say it because he's a chiropractor.
Oh, gosh, married. Mel, I get goose pimples every time I think about it. What about you?
Betty, remember how we first met?
Yes. You came over to my house to fix the antenna on the roof.
Yeah. The birds were singing, but I didn't hear them. The sun was shining, but I didn't see it.
You didn't?
No, don't you remember I fell off the roof and was unconscious for 2 hours? And remember how the next week we went for our first walk in the park?
And you carved our initials in the tree. What a kick I got out of it.
I got a kick out of it, too, from the park attendant.
You know something, Mel? I've always looked forward to the day when I'll be Mrs. Blank.
Gosh, Betty, you can't be Mrs. Blank. That's my mother's name. It belongs to her.
Well, I can still have it.
No, you can't. It's my dear old mother's.
Oh, stop being ridiculous, Mel.
I will not. And if you don't like it, you can... Gosh, Betty, the way we're acting, you'd think we were already married.
Oh, Mel, here comes Father. Now, be calm.
Yeah.
And remember, just tell him you want to marry me.
All right, Betty.
Hello, Betty. Hello, Mel.
Mr. Colby, I want to marry you. I mean...
Now, look here, you nincompoop. I was expecting this today. For 4 years, you've been asking me if you can marry Betty, and for 4 years, I've given you the horse laugh. Doesn't that prove something?
Yes, that you're a horse. I mean...
Father, I want to get married. After all, how long can I go on just being engaged?
Yeah, pretty soon people will be saying she's lovely, she's engaged, she's 65.
Look at my girlfriend, Kay Gibbs. Kay's been married 5 times already.
Poor girl. Always a bride and never a bridesmaid.
See what I mean, Betty? Oh, I'm not going to waste my time here any longer. Betty, I don't mind your getting married, but not to this lazy, stupid, nonsensical, idiotic...
Gosh, he used to have a much bigger vocabulary than that. Oh, this is awful, Betty. It looks like I'll never get to be your husband. I won't be able to do the little things for you.
You won't be able to run errands for me?
I won't be able to wash dishes.
And you won't be able to buy things for me and spend money on me?
Yeah. What am I crying about? Maybe I'm better off single. Hey, wipe your eyes, Betty. Here comes Professor Potchnick, the piano teacher.
Hello, Betty. Hello, Mel. What's the matter? You're looking so terrible.
Well, Professor, Mr. Colby said I can't marry Betty.
Well, that's too bad, but remember, Mel, there are plenty of fish in the ocean.
Professor, I don't want to marry a fish. Gosh, I'm miserable.
I will never forget how miserable I was when my wife double-crossed me.
Well, how do you know she did that, Professor?
Well, Mel, you know in every house there are towels marked his and hers?
Yeah?
One day I came home and found one marked Joe. And then 2 weeks later, the same thing.
Another towel marked Joe?
No, Joe himself. But it didn't bother me. What she looked like shouldn't happen to a dog.
You mean a dog?
No, a dog. She had webbed feet. Well, maybe it's better you don't get married.
Oh, don't say that, Professor. Betty and I love each other. She wants to be part of me, and I want to be part of her. We want to be part of each other.
It's going to be very confusing getting dressed in the morning. Betty, suppose you told your father you were going to get married and brought around all your fellows for your father to pick out tonight.
Well, what good would that do?
Oh, I got a great idea. We get 3 very stupid, ignorant fellows to make Mel look good by comparison.
Why, that's wonderful. And all we have to do is get 3 fellows more stupid than Mel. Or we could get...
Professor, you got any other ideas? Hey, wait a minute. We could get Zuki to be one of your boyfriends, Betty, and I myself could be the other 2 fellas.
Now, that's wonderful. And it wouldn't be hard for you to act stupid. I mean, you can disguise yourself. Oh, I'm going to run and tell Father.
Oh, okay, Betty, so long. Oh, Potchnick, that's a wonderful idea. How did you ever think of it?
I don't know, Mel. I just took one look at you, and it came to me like that.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder. For the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth, giving them that pearly, polished feeling. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you could expect or ask of a dentifrice and does it beautifully. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Well, back to Mel Blanc. Mel and Betty have hatched a plan whereby they hope to convince Mr. Colby that Mel is good enough to marry Betty. Mel and Zookie are going to pretend to be very stupid suitors, thereby hoping to make the real Mel look good by comparison. Mel's a little worried about the whole thing, but despite that, he's still able to concentrate on his problems in the fix-it shop. Right now, he's tackling the job of adjusting a prized gun which a worried customer has brought to him. Deftly, his expert hands probe the intricate mechanism.
Gosh, pretty soon I'll have to go up there and act stupid.
With nimble fingers, he dismantles and inspects the pieces.
I hope Zookie plays his part right.
Now, having checked the firing pin, cleared the barrel, and adjusted the sights, he carefully raises the gun to his shoulder and presses the trigger.
There you are, Sonny. Your pop gun's all fixed. No, you don't have to pay me. Keep the bubble gum. Well, if it isn't my lodge president, Mr. Cushing.
Hello, Mel. Ugga-boo, ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga. Say, didn't I see you in Murphy's Barn Grill last night with a zombie?
Mel, I wasn't even out with my wife.
What's the matter, mighty potentate? You seem out of breath.
Well, I am, Mel. I'm all pooped out. You see, I've been shopping with my wife.
Well, what'd she buy?
Well, she bought one of those sealskin outfits. You know, sealskin coat, sealskin hat, sealskin bag.
How does she look?
I don't know, Mel. Every time she opens her mouth, I feel like throwing her a fish. What a woman.
Oh, you're prejudiced, mighty potentate. I saw Mrs. Cushing the other day, and she was very nice, smiling at everyone.
That's those new teeth she bought. They're 2 sizes too large.
I thought she already had one set.
Mel, my wife's mouth goes so much she has to have 2 sets. They work in 12-hour shifts. Awful. I can't even get any sleep.
No sleep?
That's right. All night long, out of sheer force of habit, they sit on the night table and talk to each other.
Oh, your wife doesn't talk a lot, does she?
Mel, you've heard of people who carry a conversation? Well, my wife will ship it anywhere you want. Yada, yada, yada. It's like being married to the Railway Express. Rain, sleet, or snow, nothing stops her.
Well, why don't you give her a hint? Get a set of those monkeys. Hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil.
Oh, Mel, we've got them. You know what happens when my wife starts to talk?
The monkeys all put their hands over their ears?
No, they all get up and go home. I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I got low in the doctor.
Gosh, it's getting late. I gotta go.
What's the matter, Mel?
What do you... Well, you see, Betty and I want to get married.
You want to get married? Mel, why ruin a beautiful friendship?
Well, that's the point, mighty potentate. Betty's father won't even let us get hitched.
Hitched? Mel, take my advice. Before marriage, it's hitched. After the marriage, it's hung.
Oh, that wouldn't happen to my marriage. Betty's as sweet as sugar.
All right, get married, then watch how sugar is rationed. Well, good luck up at the Colby house, Mel. I gotta be going now.
Well, where are you going?
Well, Mel, I can do one of 2 things. I can go to the movies and see It's a Wonderful Life, or I can go home and see the part they cut out of the picture. Hello, Mel.
Goodbye, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. Now to get to the Colby house. Gosh, this is going to be tough. Acting like 2 other stupid fellas in love with Betty. If I act too stupid, Mr. Colby's liable to get suspicious and think it's me. I wonder how Zookie is making out.
Well, Betty, it's 8:45. None of your suitors have arrived yet.
Oh, they will, Father. And tonight you'll have to select one of them. I'm tired of being single. Oh, I'll get that, Father.
Oh, hello, Betty. Hello, Mr. Daddy.
Snooky, you want to marry Betty?
Why not? She's a girl, and I'm a boy.
Well?
Give me a chance, I'll think of something.
But Snooky, why do you want to marry Betty?
Well, because she's intelligent. She's a good cook. Well, she's very she's
Zuki, is that the only reason?
Oh no. Betty and I have big plans. By the time we're married, 6 months, we want to have four.
Zuki! Zuki!
Can't we have even one dog? and then we're going to have children too. Gee, Betty, just think. If your father lets us get married, in a couple of years we'll have a little boy. Gee, I can hear him calling us now. Imami. Papa!
Well, Zuki, before I let you marry Betty, what are your qualifications?
Oh, well, I've got a college degree. I got a lot of money. I got a lot of stocks in the beat bun. Well, that lets me out. Goodbye.
Well, Betty, that's quite a surprise to me, Zuki wanting to marry you.
Father, you may have a lot of surprises tonight.
Oh, it must be another young man. I'll get it.
Howdy, Bob. Think the frost will affect the potatoes in Idaho this year?
Say, what's that I smell?
You ever hear of bluegrass perfume?
Is that the bluegrass you're wearing?
Nope. This is the stuff that makes the bluegrass grow. Well, hi, Betty. Hey, to tell you, Paul, how much I love you.
Well, not yet, but I will.
What's your name?
My name's Tex.
Where are you from?
Mississippi.
And why do you call yourself Tex?
Better than being called Miss. Gosh, Betty, you sure look pretty tonight. Just like the cover girl on this month's Corn Cob Chronicle. Miss Golden Bantam of 19 and 47.
Well, thank you, Tex. Well, Father, can we get married?
Just a second, Tex. I have to find out more about you. What about your family?
Well, I'm mighty glad you asked. I happen to have this picture in my pocket. There's my ma and pa and the kids. Sam, Jake, Luke, Tom, Fred, Zeke, Rose.
Shall I make some tea?
Yes. Bill, Pete, Dick, John, Lulabella, Judy.
Cream or lemon?
Both. Will, Ike, Bruce, Lloyd, Sandy, Robert, not too sweet. Stuart, Shirley, Dottie, Stephen, Mitchell.
Is that all?
Nope, 2 lumps. Henry, Donald, Gerald, Al, and over here in the corner, their adopted son, Max. 17 brothers and 15 sisters.
How come so many kids in the family?
Well, it seems the first 2 was boys, and ever since then, Ma and Pa have been trying to even out the score. Well, so long, Betty. Let me know if your Pa said yes, huh?
Well, Betty, to put it mildly, I'm a bit surprised at your choice.
Well, you see, Father, Mel isn't so bad.
Well, this must be another suitor. I'll open the door.
That's Betty Cope lives here. Oh, hello, Betty.
Just a second. I'm not Betty.
Oh, you're my glad.
Mr. Colby, before I accept your daughter in marriage, I want to know just what you have to offer.
What I have to offer?
Hold on, now, that was my question. After all, you're not talking to a moron, you know. There's only one like me in the entire country. Harvard will verify that.
Betty, do you want to marry this person?
Yes, if you'll have me.
Young man, what do you do for a living?
Oh, people are always offering me jobs. Yesterday I got a job emptying garbage pails, but I had to quit.
Why?
Well, in 2 hours my pockets were filled to the brim. Well, last week I worked at a carnival. I got paid double.
What did you do?
But they was using my head to dodge baseballs.
Well, why should they pay you double?
They used the other side for a dart game.
Now, just a second. Your stupidity seemed a little familiar.
I gotta go now. So long, Betty.
Betty, I'm completely flabbergasted by your taste in men. Frankly, I don't know who to choose for you to marry now.
Hello, Betty. Hello, Mr. Colby, sir. Nice to see you, sir. You're looking fine, sir. Have a cigar, sir.
Ah, Mel, my boy. Earlier today, you asked me whether you could marry Betty. Well, I'm happy to say.
Mr. Colby, not really.
Yes, son. Betty, you can get married. Any one of the other three.
Now, don't be so downhearted. I still love you.
Thanks, Betty. Someday I'll make your father give us consent.
Anyway, Mel, we've had 4 lovely years together.
That's right, Betty. We've had 4. Now, would you care to try for 8?
Use Colgate tooth powder. Keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet. Use Colgate tooth powder.
Colgate Tooth Powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can ask of a dentifrice. It makes an amazing foam, lively, fast-working, penetrating. As soon as this new all-purpose Colgate Tooth Powder gets foaming in your mouth, things happen. It cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. In 7 cases out of 10, it's actually been proved that Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And when it comes to cleaning your teeth, Colgate Tooth Powder gives thrilling results. For it cleans your teeth so beautifully that it brings out their full, natural brilliance. That's why Colgate Tooth Powder is called the all-purpose dentifrice. So for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet, try Colgate Tooth Powder.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
There is a worldwide shortage of fats and oils, so won't you please save every drop of fat that you can. Put it in a tin and turn it in. Your butcher will gladly pay you a high price for it. Remember, Mel Blanc at the same time every Tuesday night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Replacing the Red Skelton Show, usually heard at this hour, here's a special rebroadcast of the American Armed Forces and their allies, featuring another of America's favorite comedians, Red Allen.
And with him tonight is Portland Hoffa, Hilo, Jack and the Dame, Al Goodman in the orchestra, and as guest star, Jimmy Durante. And here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And, Jimmy, that extra coffee people are going to get this year will sure be a boon to radio.
How do you mean, Fred?
Why, with more coffee, people will be able to stay awake during those Jack Benny programs now.
Do people really doze off listening to Jack?
Doze off? Why, Maisie doze and Dozy doze. Everybody doze off, Jimmy. They say that sheep with insomnia count little bennies, Jimmy. Barnyard connoisseurs have told me off the record that. But with this extra coffee, I hear they're inventing a new radio just to listen to the Benny program. It's a combination radio and percolator, Jimmy. It works, except when the program is on. Now, if you really want to get at...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, Jesus. Well, Portland, what's new tonight?
Nothing, except what's in the papers.
Well, I've been reading the papers, too. I read mostly from right to left.
The paper said that peroxide is scarce and blondes are disappearing.
Oh, yes, a blonde can establish a bleach head, but without peroxide, she can't hold it. You have it. Well, Portland, we better, before we find out just how much they will stand for, we had better... Right here, laughing at something we hope to have next week, are you? Portland, we had better run for Allen's Alley.
Have you a question for tonight?
Our question tonight is, how did the fish shortage bother you?
Shall we go?
As the piece of string said to the finger, why not? I should have brought my chair with me. Portland, here we are back in Allen's Alley. I'll see if Senator Bloat is there.
Yes.
Senator Bloat, what about the fish problem?
If my bill, the Bloat bill, goes through,
Yes.
this country will never have another fish shortage.
Well, what does your bill advocate?
Every person who's doing nothing to help the war effort will be given a fishing line and some bait.
Yes?
The fishing lines will be thrown into the water.
When every person who is doing nothing to help the war effort has his line in the water?
With all these jerks, we'll soon have enough fish to feed America. I think so.
Well, I think the Senate is hardly worth the trouble, was it, Senator? From telling those kind of jokes, the Senator's starting to get whiskers on himself there. Well, I think the Senator has something there, and I hope he returns to clean it up. Now, let's see how Mrs. Prawn is doing.
Well, what is it?
Mrs. Prawn, is anyone alive on this program? We might be the annex to the Smithsonian Institute or come to life here. Mrs. Prawn, did the fish shortage bother you?
No. Every day I sent my husband over to the aquarium.
I see.
In no time he was back with a mess of fish.
Say, that was a good idea.
Yes. Anytime you want fish, send the worms.
Well, we take leave of Mrs. Prawn and see who's in next door here.
No.
Mr. Nussbaum, how do you feel about this fish business?
Oh, fish I am eating morning, noon, and night. White fish, blue fish, red fish.
What red fish?
Salmon is purple, maybe. Also, I'm eating flambels, kipper, sardines.
In other words, you were crazy about fish.
Oh.
Ship-o-ho, I should take it.
Besides eating, also I'm keeping in a goldfish bowl at station. Irving by name.
Irving was your pet sturgeon?
My little penny pal.
You like Irving, huh?
Oh, when I'm coming home, Irving is leaping in the goldfish ball for joy.
Really?
With the pins he's waving on me.
Gosh.
The caviar Irving is spelling out, oh, Lord, my border.
You were inseparable.
Until it's coming the fish shortage.
Well, what happened?
Suddenly there's no fish. For 2 weeks I'm not eating fish. I'm going shark raving mad.
You were fish famished, eh?
Every night I'm coming home, I'm looking on Irving.
Your sturgeon was still glad to see you?
With caviar, Irving is still spelling out, hello, my brother.
And then?
One night Irving was gone. The goldfish bowl was empty.
Mr. Nussbaum, you mean?
The cream cheese Irving was delicious, don't you?
That brings us to the little weed-covered cottage at the end of the alley.
Bonsoir all, s'il vous plaît. Falstaff's here with Rondelay.
You haven't more poems tonight.
Indubitably. Have you heard he was just a little pigeon, and yet he had religion?
No.
Or when his antlers caught in the chandelier, the big buck deer said Bayesmere?
No.
The stork had come, the doctor used penicillin. 2 minutes later, the baby was whistling.
Falstaff, you have upset everything. Tonight we have been mulling over the fish shortage.
Precisely why I am here. I have spawned a scansius.
You have... What is your poem called?
The whale called a meeting.
Well, how does it go?
The big bull whale said a meeting I decree, and he blew a spout that shook the sea. The fish came in schools, the porpoise and seals, the flying fish flew, crabs hitchhiked on eels. The minnows scurried, the haddock and sturgeon joined the tuna and cod who needed no urgent. When all were assembled, from jellyfish to trout, the whale said, here's what this meeting's about. Fish can't fight Hitler with guns or with powder, but we can give our lives for fish dinners and chowder. Fish are like soldiers, for news we all pine. So to keep us both happy, please, drop us a line.
Thank you, Falstaff. And as Falstaff leaves for the Fulton Fish Market to get another inspiration, Maestro Al Goodman rises to welcome Hilo, Jack, and the Dame. The kids sing Naresy Dote.
I know a dairy, nutty as a fruitcake, droopy as a goon, and silly as a loon. Some call it pretty, others call it crazy, but they all sing this tune. Naresy dote and doty dote, and little lambsy-davy, a diddly-davy through wood and dew. Yes, naresy dote and doty dote, and little lambsy-davy, a diddly-davy through wood and dew. If the words sound queer and funny to your ear, a little bit jumbled and jazzy, sing Naresy folks and dozy folks and little lambsy-davy. Oh, Naresy dotes and dozy dotes and little lambsy-davy, a diddly-davy too, wouldn't you? A diddly-davy too, wouldn't you? It's the kind of a game with words like nothing you ever heard. If you're running together, it won't matter whether they ride. If you take some time, Lampy-pie and Lampy-pie, a puppily-tappy through, wouldn't you? And sailsy heels and whalesy heels, a squabbly-donkey too, but not if it's in a stew. A puppily-tappy, a yappily-dun, or a piggly-tappily too, wouldn't you? Me too.
That was just a dash of Take It Easy, played by Al Goodman, and 25 men whose salaries can't be frozen. They work for salt. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Pour away. What is that la-da-da-dee? You sound like a Neil Wind blowing through Lower Basin Street.
The Skater's Waltz.
Oh.
Mama and I saw Sonia Honey yesterday.
Oh, does your mother like skating?
I'll say. Mama can do a figure eight.
Your mother doesn't have to do a figure eight. She has one. Your mother looks like a duffel bag that came to life. Your mother on ice.
Mama said you should be very good on ice, too.
Why?
Mama said there are so many cheapskates in your family.
Now, look, Portland, I'm tired tonight. I have had a lot of trouble this past week.
Trouble?
Yes, there's a housing shortage, you know. The other night, I was sitting home, a strange man knocked at my door, said he'd been walking all over New York trying to find a room. He couldn't find a place to sleep. It was a cold night, so I gave him a drink and let him sleep on my sofa. The next morning, when I got up, the stranger was gone, and he left $3 on the table for room rent.
You didn't know the man?
I didn't know the man at all. I felt terrible accepting money for a favor. I looked for the fellow all day to give him his $3 back, and that night I was depressed. Well, I decided to call on the only man who can cheer me up when I'm depressed, so I went over to that nightclub, the Copacabana. I knocked on this gentleman's dressing room door.
Well, if it ain't my old pal,
Jimmy Durante. Well... Say, this is a pretty dressing room you have here, Jimmy.
Yeah, I had an inferior decorator do the job. The same guy who did Lindy's.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Instead of having roses on the wallpaper, he's got meatballs.
It's a pretty shade.
Yeah. It's a gravy pastel.
Gravy.
I was just taking a gander at my fan mail, Fred.
Oh, your fan mail? What is that postcard?
It's a vitamin ad. I'm through with vitamins.
Well, why?
I seen an ad. A certain vitamin capsule will grow hair. That's what it said. I tried them for 2 months. I'm as bald as any part of a grapefruit.
You took these capsules every day?
I was putting them on top of my head.
Well, you're supposed to take them, Jimmy.
Now he tells me.
Say, Jimmy, I saw your picture on the cover of Time this week.
Yeah, they wanted to put my picture on the Reader's Digest. I turned them down.
Why?
People would think Durante was a midget.
Say, what is that stack of paper you have there, Jimmy?
These are some jokes my writers left me. Get this one. My girl never wears liquid stockings because she can't get her leg in the bottle. It's no good, Fred.
Well, why not, Jimmy?
My girl can. You know, my girl's got legs like a pipe cleaner.
That thin?
That fuzzy.
What is that other slip? Another joke you have there?
Yeah, this one is a Lulu. Wait till you hear it. They're making a new picture of the life of Abraham Lincoln. It's called Massey Come Home.
Massey Come Home, eh?
What's the matter, Fred? You ain't laughing. You're letting Durante down.
Well, I'm worried, Jimmy.
Listen, if you're worried about the future, Fred, I know a gypsy who's open all night.
No, Jimmy, I'm not worried. I just have a little problem. You see, the other night I let a stranger sleep in my place. It was cold. I gave him a drink. The next morning I get up, the fellow was gone. He left $3 on the table, and I sort of feel guilty keeping the $3. I've looked around. I can't find the guy.
Stop worrying, will you, Fred? There's only one thing to do with that $3.
What?
Buy war bonds with it. There's a friend of mine down at the Federal Building, Mr. Umbriago. Umbriago sells war bonds.
Well, maybe that's what I'll do.
Hey, show start, Mr. Durante. You're on.
I got to do my number, Fred. I'll leave the door open so you can hear it in here.
Okay, Jimmy.
Thank you, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to dedicate this number to that whack who blew me a kiss in the lobby of the Martha Washington Hotel last night. Let's go, Professor. Now, once Once upon a time they sang the rodeo-yo, but that was long ago. Then everybody started into boop-boop-a-doo. They got tired of that, you know. I'll give you $50 you show me bloop-bloop in the music. Show me bloop-bloop in the music. Too bad I can't read. But the tune for you and me. Very unnecessary. Is that swinging symphony they call it? A-ding-kitty, a-ding-kitty. Let me hear that band. What up there? A-ding-kitty, a-ding-kitty, a-ding-kitty. Let me hear it again. You know, I was walking down Fifth Avenue, and I happened to stop into a fruiterer. I bought 2 apples. You know, the clerk thought he knew a hit when he sold them. He said those apples will cost you $2 apiece. So I gave him a $5 bill. As he was about to give me my dollar change, I said, keep it, we're even. I stepped in the grave. Coming in. Let me hear that band. Mama! What a band that Goodman has got. Let me hear it. Let me hear it. You know, last night I walked into the automat, and I put a lead nickel in the slot. And what do you think came out? The manager. Let me hear it, boys.
Well, Portland, when Jimmy finished his song at the Copacabana, we made an appointment to meet the next day and buy wall stamps with my $3. Well, I got to the Federal Building first. I was waiting in the lobby when Jimmy rushed in.
Sorry I'm late, Fred. There was a pickpocket with no arms in the subway. He got his head caught in my pocket.
Put the bite on you, huh? Well, all right, all right, Jimmy. Let's get my stamps. This window here says War Savings Stamp.
I'll see if Umbriago is behind the window. Hello, in there?
Anything I can do for you, gentlemen?
Yes, I'd like to buy $3 worth of...
Wait a minute. This guy ain't Umbriago.
Well, what's the difference,
I
Jimmy?
promised Umbriago, Fred. He's got to make his quota. Besides, if you're a friend of mine, Umbriago will lick the stamps for you.
Well, my delicatessen licks war stamps for me, Jimmy. They keep a wet tongue on the counter.
Gentlemen, will you hurry and buy your stamps? I've got to get back to my book.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm halfway up. A tree grows in Brooklyn.
Oh.
Just a minute, copperhead. Do you realize the gesture my friend is making?
Now, Jimmy, don't bother.
This man rented a room to a stranger for $3. Did he take this money and squander it on wine, women, and jukeboxes? No. He's here to put it where every penny should go. Into war bonds and stamps.
Now, please, Jimmy, quiet. I'll just get my stamps. $3 worth, mister.
Before I tear them off, one thing.
Yes?
Did this gentleman say you rented a room?
Well, I didn't exactly rent the room.
No, the guy knocked on Mr. Allen's door.
Yes.
I see. Will you both step into this next office, please? Mr. Brownlee.
Yes. What is it, Heseltine?
2 suspects.
Suspects? What is this?
Mr. Brownlee is in charge of the OPA office on rent ceilings.
Rent ceiling?
Quiet, you. What's the charge, Heseltine?
The big one rented a room for $3. He was going to buy war stamps with the money. Then the little one with the cucumber nose started shooting off his bazoo.
That's a lie. I deny the allegation and I defy the alligator. If Umbriago was here, I'd serve the 2 of you with reprievance.
Now, Jimmy.
I know what I'm talking about, Fred.
Don't lose your head.
I could lose my head and still have more brains than both of these 2 guys.
Quiet, you. Now, you, the big one. How long have you been operating your rooming house?
What rooming house, Jimmy? Tell this bird.
Mr. Allen ain't got no rooming house. He ain't posing as no bunny face.
No.
No bunny face? There's a housing shortage. Mr. Allen gave this poor homeless wafer a bed for the night. The wafer left him $3.
Mr. Allen, how much were you renting that room for on April 15th, 1943, when Wentz proposing?
Well, nothing.
Uh-huh. Today you rent it for $3. $3 over the ceiling price. A flagrant violation of the OPA laws.
A flagrant violation. Jimmy, call my lawyer, Solinger and Solinger.
Who needs Solinger and Solinger, Fred? When Umbriago gets here, he'll heave this bum out on the street. A flagrant violation, he says. I'm laughing happily.
Now, look, Mr. Brownlee.
Don't talk to me, you dirty wartime puppeteer. You made $3 profit on that room.
How could he make $3, swollen belly? It was a cold night. Allen gave the guy a drink of liquor. With the price of liquor what it is today, Allen must have lost money.
Liquor, huh? You have a license to sell liquor?
Well, no.
This isn't the case for the OPA. This is the case for the alcohol squad.
The alcohol squad?
You heard me. Follow me.
Oh, Jimmy, if you hadn't mentioned that drink.
Quit worrying, will you, Fred? Umbriago will have these guys on the street with their portfolios dragging.
Open this door, you two. Mr. Ippolito.
Yes, Mr. Brownlee.
A speakeasy case. I suggest you grill these characters.
Now, you. Where is the speakeasy located?
I don't run a speakeasy. It was a cold night. I gave this stranger a drink.
Oh, well, if you didn't charge him for the drink.
Well, no.
No, the guy left $3.
Jimmy.
Oh, so you did take money for the liquor, huh? Did you enter this money as income?
Well, no.
Listen, Bud, listen. I can explain the whole thing.
You keep your nose out of this.
All of it?
Yes, all of it. And stop inhaling over my desk. You're sucking up my memory.
Now, listen, I didn't sell the liquor.
Look, Pinhead, this stranger knocked on Allen's door.
Stranger? You rented a room to a total stranger? You didn't get his name, his address? You didn't ask to see his draft card?
Well, no.
I've heard enough. Follow me.
This is all your fault, Jimmy Durante. I came in here to buy a war stamp. Now I'm getting pasted around.
When Umbriago gets here and sees what's going on, he'll have this jerk down on his knees begging for mercy.
Right in this door.
Now, Jimmy, the letter's on that door. Do you see what I see?
FBI. Who do we know with those initials?
Inside, please. Inspector Toogan?
Yes, Ippolito.
I think these two mugs, Allen and Durante, are mixed up in case 64.
Now, Inspector, there's been a mistake.
Allen, the FBI isn't interested in you small-time crooks. We're after bigger game. Now, describe this stranger who spent the night in your place.
Well, he was around about medium height.
Did he wear a green turtleneck sweater and carry a black patent leather briefcase?
Yes, sir. He wore yellow bicycle clips and carried a neon cane.
Allen, that man is wanted.
What man?
Sabotage Sam.
Sabotage Sam?
The FBI has been trailing this criminal for weeks. You let this nefarious gangster hide out on your premises.
Inspector, believe me.
Fred, let me handle this.
Jimmy, call my lawyer, Solinger and Solinger.
This is a case for Umbriago, Fred. Why, when Umbriago hears about this, J. Edgar will personally beat this guy's brains out.
The FBI never forgets a face, Allen. Get under that light.
Now, the FBI doesn't know me.
Oh, no? You won't talk your way out of this rat, Fingers McGonagall.
Fingers McGonagall?
I knew there was something familiar about you. Those long thumbs, those sweeping hangnails.
Now, this is ridiculous. Jimmy, explain who I am. Tell him.
Tell him what, Fingers?
Fingers, Jimmy, you have known me for 20 years, and you take this guy's word?
Fred, he's got an honest face.
Inspector, believe me, I am not Fingers McGonagall. I'm Fred Allen. I just came in here to buy some war stamp.
Inspector, you got to give Allen the benefit of the doubt.
There is no doubt.
Then there is no benefit.
Come clean, Fingers. Where's Sabotage Sam? Where's your gun moll, Jersey Jenny? Where's your brother, Flat Top?
Now, wait a minute. I don't know these people. A strange guy came to my apartment.
Now, look, turn state's evidence, Fingers, and I'll get you off with 40 years. If you don't, it's Alcatraz.
Wait a minute, Inspector. You can't do that, my friend.
Yes, I can.
Okay, you talked me out of it.
Now, Jimmy, explain to him. He won't believe me. Tell him a stranger just knocked on my door.
I gotta laugh. This is funny. When I think what Umbriago is going to do to this joint, I shudder. Umbriago is your only hope, friend.
Now, Fingers, perhaps if you see a picture of Sabotage Sam, if you're brought face to face with this low, despicable saboteur, maybe your tongue will loosen. Look, over on that wall, that picture under wanted.
Do you recognize your buddy?
Now, believe me, Inspector, I never saw this man before in my life. I'm innocent.
Well, I'll be seeing you when you get out, Fred.
Jimmy, where are you going?
I gotta beat it, Fred.
Why?
That picture on the wall, that guy's who's wanted.
You recognize him?
It's Umbriago. So long, Fred.
Oh, Jimmy.
You just heard a rebroadcast of The Fred Allen Show. And now, as an after-show treat, we invite you to listen to the distinctive rhythms of Raymond Scott and his orchestra. This rebroadcast is a presentation of the Armed Forces Radio Service.